keep it riveted. And keep it riveted, Jill.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 42. And I can't have a 40-second episode without talking about The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is one of my favorite things ever to be created. And of course, it was created by Douglas Adams. And I just, it's very delightful. I love it so much. It's fantastic, gripping, hilarious, and clever. And
is 42 significant in some way?
It is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. The problem is, what is the question?
What is the question?
You forgot to say exactly what it was. So then we had to build a supercomputer on top, built by a supercomputer that just happens to look like a planet. And how fun is that?
We're all an experiment, Scotty.
Who designs the fjords again? Slartibartfast?
Slartibartfast.
That's his name.
Lovely work.
He does. He won an award.
I love all the little crinkly things.
I enjoy The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Hi, everybody. I'm Scotty R37, and Jill has kindly invited me to expound on something I'm not an expert on, but it warms my heart. It makes me so happy in every iteration that I encounter it. And so, Ari Babel in the chat, Slartibartfast, yes. And so, yeah, no, I'm happy to be here. I'm so jazzed. This has the kind of whimsy that I like from my entertainment, and fast and loose with a little bit of satirical edge. This is funny and great, and I loved it.
Me too. And you're right. I forgot to introduce Scotty R37, and Captain Infinity is also here.
Hey.
Hello.
Did you bring your towel, Captain?
I brought my towel, so I'm relaxed. No, don't panic.
Well, from the series, it seems like the only use the towel is when you go into hyperspace. It
just feels fluffy and warm.
It moves, and you can tell how fast you're going by how much it moves.
Oh yeah, it goes from ankles to cranium.
And so I have a tremendous amount of slides.
Do we have any Vogan Poetry, or is that later?
It's later. Yeah, it's not even in the first episode. But I fell in love with
the Vogan Poetry.
Yeah. Well, there's some worse poetry even than the Vogan Poetry, apparently.
There are. It's the third worst in the galaxy. I forget what the other two, but the Vogan Poetry did encourage someone to gnaw off their own leg.
I haven't submitted mine yet.
Oh, come on. Your poetry has to be better than Vogan Poetry. Like, have a little self-respect.
It's on a par.
Fair enough. You want to be the bronze medalist of the worst poetry. Great. Sure. You can have it.
Well, I fell in love with the BBC radio series first. Mm-hmm. And it was just because I was looking for a good audiobook, but it happened upon this instead. And it had me in stitches, so I was in love with it immediately. It's a kind of existential humor that I love, that the absurdity of trying to figure out why we're here. And he makes me laugh in a very intelligent way. And this series, it won 3 BAFTA awards. And so BAFTA, it means British Academy. I didn't know that.
For film and television arts.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ones.
That's them.
And there are books. I've only read one of them, but that's not a problem because as of the creation of the series, only 2 of them had been written anyway.
Well, in the series,
it ended up being a trilogy in 4 parts, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Was it 4 or 5? I thought it was 5. Maybe I could be mistaken. I could be mixing up other art. But I do. I do find this. You asked me before we started the stream. You said, so now you've seen the original, and I said I haven't heard the original because this is all the books. This presentation all based upon the radio play, and
Right.
I would very much. I'm sure it's available on YouTube, and I would
Oh, yeah.
very much like to hear that. Because then, when Douglas Adams did go to adapting to the books, I think it was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and The Restaurant at the End of the Universe are the two that were based upon the original radio drama. And so I haven't heard that. I'm looking forward to it, and it makes me want to investigate The Restaurant at the
And
end
that's
of the
how I
universe.
feel about the books. I'm happy that I have more of these adventures too that I've never read out there for me to explore.
Yeah. Oh, having more is always the best. Well, and also being a big fan of transcanonical verisimilitude, I think Douglas Adams even addressed the idea that each adaptation of the radio drama or radio play, however you wish to define it, like if it's different, that's on purpose because of the improbability drive.
It makes
Exactly.
sense. Yes, a slight difference. Sure, it's just a different timeline. It's fine.
That's the best thing is that Douglas Adams rewrote the story for every different medium. So as long as you got Arthur Dent, Zaphod, Trillian, Marvin, and
Or
the destruction.
prefect.
Oh, a Ford
Yeah,
prefect.
don't forget Ford.
Oops,
Ford's
I
the
forgot
pimp.
Ford. And the destruction of Earth, and it's written by Douglas Adams. You've got Hitchhikers.
Yeah, agreed. And even what was it? You because we do the Calto gaming, and you said we should play the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy game, and it's like even he was responsible for the slight variations in the game based on the transfer from one media to another.
Yeah, and I didn't realize it was only text adventure because of the graphics. They didn't, but they did make a 30th anniversary release that has some graphics added, so we can use that.
Cool.
We did have a lot of memories back in them days. 32K, but we were happy with that.
Oh,
luxury.
Oh, the Pan Galactic Gargle Blaster. A mainstay.
Or as Scotty calls it, breakfast.
Exactly. Why not? Especially with this lovely Orion woman.
Yeah, and this TV series first aired in 1981, and it features many of the same cast as the radio series, with Simon Jones, Mark Wing Davey, and Stephen Moore coming back as Arthur Dent, Zaphod, Beeblebrox, and Marvin respectively.
I'm glad you said that, Jill.
Why?
Because I can't say Beeblebrox. Oh, bugger.
Damn it.
You just did.
He is a Babel Fish. He's
Zaphod.
Oh, heavens. I do like the interjections and the animations for...
That's my favorite.
Yeah, the guide being a character who is sort of in on the joke with the audience is fantastic, and we get to it later. Specifically, it was one of my favorite post-credit sequences in the history of post-credit sequences, which I was surprised to discover when I watched it. But yeah, I like how the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy participates in the story as a narrator at the very least.
A reliable narrator.
Well, no, not necessarily, because the Hitchhiker's Guide, while being slightly cheaper and having very friendly letters that say "Don't panic," it is also somewhat inaccurate.
Yeah, and
it does contain apocrypha.
So when I saw that, I realized that Douglas Adams predicted Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
But knew it would be popular. We do have chat. Would you like to say hello to the fine people joining us here to discuss?
Yes. I'm trying to balance all of these things because I've got
There's a chat.
That's what happens when you have 2,000 slides, Jill.
I do. I have.
Don't panic.
Oh, but you've got your towel, so I'm not worried.
True.
And Maggie, I saw that you sent me Discord. I responded.
Oh.
And Franco Walker says, has everyone got their Babel Fish in their ears? Oh man, I forgot mine. What am I
Is
gonna
it
do?
Babel or Babel Fish? Ooh.
Babel?
I know. Is it the Tower of Babel?
Journey
Babel.
to Babel.
Um,
And the heathens built the Tower of Babel, and the Lord Jehovah said, "You will not talk."
I enjoy the sound of a babbling brook.
all right. Let me see.
Well, and if it is a Babel fish, we can put it in our eras. Thank you, Franco.
Well, Babel.
Are you looking up pronunciation right now? Absolutely brilliant.
Well, see, it U.S. and U.K. they disagree. Do you
Oh,
actually hear
really?
that?
What
Do
you
you
say?
hear my?
You say Babel, we say Babel.
We say Babel.
You say
I
Babel,
say
the
Babel.
Tower of Babel.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been saying my entire life.
Babel fish?
But you know what? Because this is a British broadcast, I will conform to Babel.
I'll go with Babel Fish because it's a lot funnier.
Okay, well now I'm confused. Let's continue.
It must be a Thursday. I've never got the hang of Thursdays.
It's Friday.
Oh, damn it.
It's Wednesday.
See?
Anything can happen day.
Yes.
Oh, Gorilla's random thoughts forgot his towel. Well,
Oh,
I
no.
did yesterday. We're slaying the bass. Oh man,
Slaying the bass or slaying the
The
bait?
bass or the bass?
the bass. No, it's the bass because he's been fishing.
Oh,
Show me the location of your rebel bass.
that's spelled differently.
And hello to Franco Walker,
Ahoy.
Ari
Franco.
Babel, Lemon Pie.
Ari.
Bye.
Lemon.
Admiral Teague is here. Oiler Greg.
G'day, Teague.
Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Ari Babel says, this series was my first exposure to the stories. They caught a bit of the radio series, and then I read all of the books. Such amazing writing. Yeah, so I won't even be able to go over half of what's amazing about this series. So definitely go check it out yourself. It is
Well, it's such
hilarious.
Yeah, I wouldn't even pretend to be an expert on the books, but I read, like Jill, I read the first book. Captain, what have you read?
No pictures.
Oh, hello, Retro Scotty. Yeah,
Hey,
what have
Retro
you
Scotty.
read?
Retro Scotty.
Captain, which of the Douglas Adams books have you read, if any?
Yeah, I read a book about Douglas Adams. I think I purchased Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency, but that didn't have any pictures in it either.
Fair enough.
So my exposure is mainly the TV show, with some fond memories of the radio show.
The
Books, not
pictures
so
are
much.
generated by your imagination.
It's powered by the
that thing.
My first exposure to it was the book because it had that lovely green little imp sort of smiling on the cover, and so I bought that and read it. It took a couple of times just because I bought it when I was younger, and then I had to mature into it. And then I saw the movie, which I enjoyed. This is my first time seeing the BBC television production. I look forward. I want to hear the turn of phrase from the radio drama. And if possible, I might be playing the video game. I'm not sure. But I do like the fact that it is each story is valid based on the improbability of the whole sitch.
The AI show says, I prefer the Tower of Scrabble, not Babel.
Well, and that comes into play later.
Nice game of Scrabble.
Ariba Bell says it's not Babel Fish, it's Babel Fish. But Babel Fish is funnier. Both pronunciations are valid for Babel. Babel are both correct, according to the pronunciation website I found.
Fabu. Now, will we ever get to the bottom of Oogle versus Ogle? Franco Walker says the Vogon Destructor Fleet. Loved it. Although, again, like
Mhm.
the visuals, the visual representation in the movie, I do like the special effects better, but I do also, being a Doctor Who fan, I appreciate the BBC production values.
And hello to the AI show.
No.
Dirk
And
gently likes.
do people say Tower of Babel? Yeah, the both are. I don't know. Take it
For the
up
lo-
with dictionary.cambridge.org. They say that I'm not crazy.
For the longest time, I called it Journey to Babel instead of Journey to Babel. So
Well, but it's correct in the U.S. So we're just babbling over here, I guess. I love this so much. Clamoring continues. Just everybody on Earth is arguing with the Vogons. Hey, don't destroy us.
well, and also the sorry, Captain.
I was just saying, damn you, Vogons.
I just like the humor in the parallel of the situation of Arthur's home being destroyed by the bulldozer for the bypass, and then Earth itself is destroyed for an intergalactic bypass. I love it.
Yes, and I love I just love the questioning of faith and existence. So that's probably why I love the series.
And who is this god person after all?
Who is this god person anyway?
With a starship. Oh no, wrong IP.
That's also a good question.
How do you feel about the Vogon makeup? How do you feel about it? How do they look?
Oh, for Vogons, pretty good.
They look pretty good for Vogons. True story. From what I understand, Vogons are fugly.
They have all the right parts.
How do you know? Have you been intimate?
I've never seen a naked Vogon. Or can you imagine? Oh, I can.
Are there, like, I don't even know. Maybe that was a lady Vogon. Who am I to assume a Vogon's gender?
Maybe it's transitioning. How can you tell?
Uh-oh.
Delish.
I'll have chocolate, please.
I'm a big vanilla, as everyone knows.
Well, that is your favorite flavor.
It is. I'm sorry. I'm very white cake.
Well, the first episode doesn't have so many of it, but my favorite is when this series cuts away to the guide. Those are basically all of my favorite parts, almost. And I used to think that this was computer graphics, but for this live stream, I found out that this was all just no computers were used at all. This was all done by backlit cell animation.
Nice.
And so, in fact, it's part of the futuristic science fiction itself, as these types of graphics didn't exist at the time. And so they probably inspired the real computer graphics that came later. So that's science fiction right there. I love it.
Well, and also, like, you'll remember the Galaxy song from Monty Python and the Meaning of Life. And that was all sort of vector graphics, but hand drawn. And I feel like that's the same thing that's going on here, which is brilliant. Like, you could probably find a decent sort of graphical user interface, much like the BBC Hitchhiker's Guide nowadays, and it's great. Yeah, I think it's really endearing. Like, I am a big fan of the look to the future, and it does inspire the people who made these interfaces in the future. And so
Like inverse AI, because this was basically humans making hand-drawn graphics to look like computers, where today we got computers making AI computer graphics that look like hand-painted art.
Jill, can you go back
That's a good parallel.
It's gone backwards.
Captain, can you read what's on screen right now, or would you like me to?
Not on this device. The letters are about pixels high. I can do the headline: Vogon Constructor Fleet, but I'm afraid,
The best way to get a drink out of a Vogon is to stick your finger down his throat. And the best way to annoy him is to feed his grandmother to a ravenous bug bladder beast of trawl.
But I love that because it's inconsistent to what they said earlier in that they wouldn't even care if you did such a thing.
Yeah, but if you did it, they'd get angry. If they do it, it's totally of course. But
Oh, of course.
if you do it, it bothers them.
Okay, that makes more sense. So the radio series and the TV series were both narrated by comedy actor Peter Jones.
I'm not familiar with Mr. Jones's work.
Well, I am from this.
That's it?
Yeah. Apart from that, this is his comedy acting. After that, he went back to the gardening.
Many audiobooks were recorded.
Hello to Kiki.
Hey, Kiki.
Kiki says, I love all the iterations of Hitchhiker's Guide. Me too. They say Babel in the TV show and the radio show. So I will say Babel too. Just like when I watch UFO. I say UFO, even though I'm American and I say UFO. Retro Scotty says, forgive me, kinda new to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I only knew of the 2005 movie, in which I haven't seen yet.
Ah.
I recommend it. I'll get into reasons why.
Daniel in it.
Well, yeah, but that's also, we'll get into it as we start meeting characters. Like this, the name of the gentleman playing Ford Prefect, as he's collecting his most delicious, because they do get aboard the Vogan destructor fleet based on the caterers. Because the caterers aboard the ship, they don't like Vogons.
But the Dentrossi. Well, this food is supposed to be delicious, but the Dentrossi hate the Vogons, and that's why it's disgusting.
Right. It's an interesting dynamic between Ford and Arthur throughout, because they are obviously friends and they poke and needle at each other, but there is an affection, and so I like that. And it's another thing that sort of came forth when you had Martin Freeman and Mos Def. But I do prefer, I hate to say it, but I do prefer Mos Def as Ford Prefect.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I haven't rewatched the movie in a while, but it threw me off with it added some strange elements, and it kind of made it more of a conventional plot.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
movie plot with romance and all that.
Yes, and when we get to Trillion, I'll sort of go on that. But
right.
I like these guys' dynamics, although I'm not 100%. The guy who plays Ford, every time while I was watching throughout the series, I was like, so you guys couldn't get Eric Idle, could you?
Is that what it is? Discount Eric Idle?
That's what I was thinking. I don't know if that's too cruel. Maybe this man has a very prolific career in the England.
He's not prolific, according to what I heard.
Oh, okay.
He didn't get much after this.
Yeah, he's Ford Prefect.
And he's the GoBot of Ford Prefects in my imagination. I would say.
But it's kind of like with Kirk, because I grew up with this one. I actually quite like the movie, but it's just these guys are the roles, and so they've made them so. Yeah, it's just the movie's just different. Well, it's a reboot, isn't it? It's just different.
It's a reboot, yes, absolutely. But aren't all of the iterations sort of?
That's a hair split. Yes and no. Transmedia canonical verisimilitude isn't quite the same as a reboot, but it's not a million miles away either. Let's say there's more difference between the two movies than there is between the movies and the books and the radio show.
Yes, that I agree with.
Yeah, in spite of the aforementioned differences that Scotty pointed out.
Maggie says the sequel to this movie, Harvey's Guide to Xanadu, Let Me Out, Mother Effers, is due out next year. Can't wait.
Something about a button.
Push the button. The AI show says this BBC adaptation was done in days of practical effects.
Yeah.
True story.
Well, and also like the matte paintings and the perspectives that they use for this to make it look like a science fiction adventure romp, like it's good. Like I can't argue with the special effects for its time on a television budget. Like this is good.
Yeah, for a BBC budget, it's pretty amazing.
Well, and
Better than
again,
Blade 7.
this is also because I'm couched in some of the classic Who, and I've been watching some UFO, although I'm looking forward to actually seeing an alien. Yeah. So this is
we'll get there, I promise.
okay. I'm looking forward. I can't wait.
There's lots to explore left. UFO isn't over yet.
Lots of
How
sky.
how many more children have to be deceased?
Wes Cagle says, forgot you guys were doing the guide today. Unfortunately, I have to get my daughter in a bit, so I can't stay.
Well, Wes Cagle, it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. My best wishes to your daughter, and I hope you come back and listen.
I guess.
Hello
Oh yeah. Yes, that's right. Hello. Yes, hello to everybody rewatching this or watching this on the replay.
Did you like? Did you subscribe? Did you share with your friends? Hey, you can call me Eddie. I'd like you guys to share this stream. We're not even on the... What's the name of the ship?
The Gold...
Heart of Gold.
Heart of Gold. It's like being unpleasantly drunk. What's wrong with that? Ask a glass of water.
That is really good. I do enjoy how later on everybody's getting gin and tonics. Wes Cagle says that the 2005 movie, to me, the movie from 2005 was extremely disappointing. I was very happy when I saw it. I saw it in the theater. I enjoyed it incredibly. And I knew that there were going to be differences watching this. I knew that like Humakavula wasn't going to be a thing. And I was surprised to see the restaurant at the end of the universe in this adaptation. So I can see, well, Captain, you have a propensity for disliking Denis Villeneuve's Dune because the first one is duh. And
well, yeah, I mean, I'll let you know when I like it when he's finished it. It's just, chucking out half of a movie seems a bit fucking lazy to me. Get the job done right at the end on the screen, then I'll go and see a silly, pretentious 5-hour snorefest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, what was your
point? My point being is that if you do see the 2005 movie and compare it to this adaptation, you don't get any of the restaurant at the end of the universe, and you don't get any of them going back to prehistoric Earth. Like none of that happens, and so it does seem that it was sort of preemptively discontinued in hopes of a sequel, as opposed to telling the entire radio drama, which I thought it's like, yeah, no, I can get why people don't like the 2005, but as a person, like for me, I enjoyed it. I liked it, and I think when we get to Zaphod Beeblebrox, I'm going to be very critical of the guy who plays Zaphod Beeblebrox because he's no Sam Rockwell. Like, no.
One of his heads doesn't look all that real, it must be said.
I forgive that. It's this stupid half-assed attempt at a Brooklyn accent filtered through Wales. And I'm just like, I wish you would stop talking and trying to pretend you're more charming than you are, you weird monkey person. I don't know who played Zaphod Beeblebrox in this show, but I don't like him. They
didn't pull it off.
Well, what I like is the theme of this. It's so perfect, but if I played any of it, I'm pretty sure I get a copyright claim. But this theme tune was used for the radio and the TV. LP.
And the movie.
And I guess it was in the movie too, right?
Yep.
Can you hum it without getting a strike?
No,
I don't think so.
You can hum it if you know it. Go for it.
Oh yeah, you can hum it.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. No, that's not. That's Love Boat. I don't know. How's it go?
Bow, bow, bow. I don't know. I can't play the banjo.
Just think of a banjo and you're halfway there.
There you are. That's the theme.
It inspired the intro theme to Star Trek Enterprise.
But it's the Journey of the Sorcerer. It's an instrumental piece composed by Bernie Ledden and recorded by the Eagles on their 1975 album One of These Nights.
Ooh. The Eagles, I did not know that.
Dingo
Yeah, me
kidneys. I
neither.
forgot about dingo kidneys. I'm going to have to start telling people that I don't like things in the vernacular of this is just dingo kidneys.
Dingo's kidneys. That argument is a load of dingo's kidneys.
See, there you go.
And the AI show says, I once imagined what if the Doctor met the Red Dwarf crew. Scary.
Depends on which Doctor, surely.
Well,
Sure.
we do get Peter Davison in this series, which is, I was disappointed that he did not play a humanoid, but I was entertained by his brief role. Wes Cagle says, my favorite part of the book was curiously enough, the only thing that went through the mind of the bowl of petunias as it fell was, oh no, not again. I was wondering about that joke. Is that because everybody drops potted plants, or is it just because of the reincarnation structure of that particular potted plant?
What are the odds of that event happening once? What are the odds of it happening twice, Scotty? Oh no, not again. Thus implying that any event that's got a non-0% chance of happening, there's just as much non-0% chance of it happening twice. Well, that's what had me rolling in stitches back in '79, Scotty, but maybe I just got the wrong end of the stick. Who knows?
No, you got it right.
Yeah, Jill's right.
Yeah.
So are you. I'm a cheerleader. No, I think you guys got it perfectly. Like, as a North American, a lot of the Britishness of this may be lost on me, but I really, really enjoyed because I like the dry wit of Riley observing things and just being like, well, that's kind of stupid, isn't it? And so I like it. And when it comes to the
so you like Arthur?
I do. You know what? I want to identify with I want to identify with Arthur Dent, but I think that the character that I identify most with is Marvin.
Oh, I was going to say Ford Prefect. He's the Daffy. You're Ford. Come on. I'm Marvin.
No, I wish I were as cool as Ford Prefect. I wish I were. In my youth, I may have been.
He's just got that wide.
I thought you were.
You thought I was Ford Prefect? Did you find it a little odd that I was trying to introduce myself to a car?
No, because you're an alien.
Well, from assumption that they're the dominant life form on the planet.
From the perspective of any American, yes, I am foreign to you, so I am an alien. If I were to move to your country, I would be illegal. Luckily for me, I have my towel. Now, Jill, you are missing. I can see you going through a couple of your slides, and you may be
I read. I know. I'm not showing them.
But this gentleman in the slides that I can see in the ticker that is not privy to the general audience that is watching right now, not the man with the mustache. That's obviously a younger Captain Finity, but this man, this is Douglas Adams. This is Douglas Adams's bum. So I did want to. He does have a cameo in the film, and I was happy to see him.
It's not just original. Is this why every time I go into the ocean, I just have this urge to keep walking and not stop?
Well,
right, because it was a mistake to leave the oceans.
It was. That's what you go back in the ocean for half an hour. You're like, I'm not going back out there. I'm going in here. Much better.
Still, walking into an ocean from England would be chilly.
Well, that's why I went to New Zealand. Now I'm happy to go in the ocean. I just don't like coming back out. It's horrible out here in the air. Ugh, people and shit.
Well, but you're in your autumn or winter now, aren't you?
It's winter here. Which, by the way, this is my best opportunity for a segue. I also like the idea that the contradistinction between their pan-galactic space adventures contrasted with the mundane stylings of North London in the late 70s and early 80s. Of course, at the time, I was living in North London in the late 70s and early 80s, so that was very much home. But now, North London in the late 1970s is an alien place as anywhere that Slartibartfast could have designed.
And I do like, just to
Wow.
highlight what we...
It's a period piece, basically, but it was contemporary.
I don't know who Fenny is, but I like that Franco Walker highlighted the young lady who had decided how to make the entire human race
Happy.
live in peace and harmony moments before the Vogons destroyed it.
Yeah, and 5 minutes later, the Earth itself would have solved the question to the life in the universe and everything.
True. Quite a cock-up.
Everything would have happened. Franco Walker says he was the pig thing, asking to be eaten. Wait, what? Who was? Oh, Peter Davison. Fresh off all creatures before the Doctor.
Was it before the Doctor, Ari? That's interesting.
Sense.
I was surprised though, because he was credited as like special guest appearance by Peter Davison.
Because of the popularity of pet drama, vet drama, all creatures great and small. Have you ever seen a man stick his arm up a cow's ass up to the elbow?
From a certain point of view.
Tom Green.
Point of view. Stop being funny, Scotty. We're on YouTube.
I know. When do we go live? So this is Ford Prefect, or our Ford Prefect. Wes Cagle says, to me, many people have speculated that if we knew exactly why the bowl of petunias had thought that, we would know a lot more about the nature of the universe than we do now. Absolutely true. Thank you so much for doing your research and quoting the book. The book being The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Not the Bibble. The Babel Fish. Mr. Brown Alliance says, walking into the ocean was an Easter egg for the fall and rise of Reginald Perrin comedy in the UK. I
said Reginald Perrin.
Then 2 gold stars.
Yeah, because he walked into the ocean as well. See, if I do it, that's 3 of us.
Well, Jill, do you, as a North American, do you feel like you miss out on some of the British humor?
Oh, I'm sure I'm definitely missing out on references, but in terms of questioning life,
is this show British?
Yes.
The idea of what does translate over is the questionability of existence is something that's universal, I think.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mr. Brown says, hail chat, hail presenters.
Yes. Hello to Mr. Brown Alliance.
We're nothing without the chat.
And the AI show says, sounds like an undiscovered Douglas Adams novel. All space creatures small and tall.
Nice.
And West Cagle's got to head out. Have a good one. Enjoy yourselves.
Say hello to East Cagle for me.
And welcome back on the Rerub.
Ari Babel says, I have seen a man stick his arm up a cow up to the elbow on all creatures. There you go. The Instagram. I know that's not what you meant, but not the new one. The new one is good. Wes Cagle says, next to Lord of the Rings books, this is my favorite. See y'all later. Yes, I'm appreciative of that, because when you say things about the Lord of the Rings, I would have asked you to leave. So I'm not a fan. Not a fan of those. So I don't like you
love the sword and sorcery.
Well, my favorite thing is Star Trek. My second favorite thing is Lord of the Rings, and
weird.
This might be my third favorite.
I love it.
It's Beastmaster, Hawk the Slayer, and Donnie Darko.
I'm saying Legend by Ridley Scott is better than Lord of the Rings.
The AI show says, yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen Legend.
No, I'm wrong. Just accept that I'm wrong.
Okay. The AI show says, yeah, the walking into the ocean was an homage to Reginald Perrin. Oh, this is real. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I didn't know what So,
Why didn't you
excellent.
believe the captain? He said the parrot.
I had
What?
to hear it 3 times in order to hear it once.
Have you never seen The Rise and the Fall of Reginald Perrin? Classic
No.
British comedy. I bet you haven't seen Rising Damp either.
I haven't seen a great many things that I should see.
A great.
I bet you haven't seen
many
Angel Heart.
things.
Or a great many. Exactly. I bet you haven't seen Zero Theorem yet.
I've watched the first 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Is that it? The hot
Yeah.
nurse shows up on minute 20. You missed out there, Jill.
She really
Wearing a
likes
rubber
Christoph
suit and
Waltz
everything.
with hair.
I
waiting
do
for that
plan on
phone.
getting back to that.
I plan on balancing the budget. Anyway, come on, let's get on with this.
The second, besides the Vogons, the second worst poetry is by the Asgoths of Krea. They talk about
It's obviously before YouTube.
green putty that they found in the armpit.
Well, and it plays out, like, in terms of the reading of the Vogan poetry, it does play out exactly. Like, there are highlights of this story. Obviously, the structure translates over to every adaptation, which is fantastic. Although, for me, the Vogan poetry never really lands. Like, I don't take it as, it's like, yeah, no, these guys are bad at, constructing iambic pentameters or whatever.
Well, I think it's just because we don't have the Babel Fish.
Is that how you say it? Iambic pentameters?
Yeah.
Iambic pentameter.
Yes, that's Shakespeare.
Right. And I'm just saying, Vogons are no Shakespeare. I understand that. But it doesn't resonate as being hilarious every time I watch this adaptation.
Well, what's more funny than the Vogan poetry itself is when they try to compliment it.
Would you like to hear some of my Vogan poetry and now some drumming?
Oh yeah, he does reference that, and I think it's intentional. That's the joke. And so the worst poetry was made by Paula Nancy Millstone Jennings from Essex, and
well, still out once.
I feel like Douglas Adams was predicting emo.
I'm sorry, come again?
Well, emo kind of, emo is kind of like a rock and roll genre where kids talk about how sad they are. I think generally, right?
If you think Depeche Mode, The Smiths and The Cure are too chipper for you, then try emo music.
Mm-hmm. The dead swans lay in the stagnant pool. They lay, they rotted, they turned around occasionally. Bits of flesh dropped off them from time to time and sank into the pool's mire.
Delightful.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Are those lyrics from a My Chemical Romance album?
They also smelt a great deal.
It is lyrics from a My Chemical Romance. All right.
I was actually thinking of My Chemical Romance.
Horrible minds, my friend. They think alike. They hum in the same tune. 37 Wasp Villas. That's great. Scotty says, to be honest, I'm more of a Star Trek fan. I was wondering when the next Star Trek stream would be. Jill.
Oh, yes. Oh, Retro Scotty. Yeah. No, the Star Trek. I do Star Trek every Tuesday until we finish the original series. And so we're going to have the Trouble with Tribbles on Tuesday. I missed the last couple of weeks.
The one time Jill's not doing a Star Trek show, Retro Scotty shows up looking for the Trek.
Yeah.
We talked about Journey to Babel.
But yeah.
Babel.
Yeah, I know. The Babel Fish are like the universal translator.
Bibble.
But
there's
biological.
There's teleporting here too.
Well, and also I do appreciate the description of the Babel Fish in saying that one of the final decisions of the galaxy was God shows up and says, I exist, but I won't prove it, because if I do, I don't have your faith. And without your faith, I have nothing. And then people find the Babel Fish and they say, well, if this exists, that makes everybody communicate. It is proof that you want the best for us. And it is proof that you exist. And he's like, oh, or they, Alanis Morissette from Dogma says, Oh, I never thought of that. Then poofs out of existence. And then the Babel Fish itself is responsible for more conflict than anything in the history of the galaxy, which is brilliant. Everyone says, oh no, what if we could communicate more? Then we'd be more peaceful. The internet has entered the chat. And now it's like division. No, I don't want to talk to you. What the hell? I don't like your opinion. You think that Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is good? Get off my lawn.
Great point, Scotty. Douglas Adams predicted it right again.
The internet.
The Babel Fish did cause more conflict.
And the internet, and even arguing about the gender of God, which actually has been argued about by priests on Twitter. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh.
I bet they have.
Some people say God must be a man because otherwise it'd be called goddess. Oh, you got me there.
What is it from Batman Forever when Jim Carrey's Riddler says, well, if information is power, then a god am I. True story. That's a direct quote. Tony would be proud of me.
Yeah. Matt G says, Jill describing emo she sounds like she's 90 years old. Oh, that rock and roll stuff. Balderdash.
Like 84.
Chemical Romance, I hear they're a popular beat combo.
What was that Mr. Brown said? Okay.
What?
Star Trek show? Okay. See you next Tuesday for that then. All right.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Delicious. Delightful. Agreed.
Cool. I'd like to visit. Maybe join. Then I'd have to earn it. Well, I don't know, Retro Scotty. Oh, do you have a channel? Let me see. I don't even know. Oh yeah, you do have a channel. No, then yeah, you could definitely hang out on Tuesday.
Is that the requirement of hanging out on your channel? Is that you have to have a channel yourself?
No, but it helps.
I don't have a channel.
If you have a channel, then it lets me know that you have a microphone and that you use it.
Oh, yes. Audio fidelity is an important part of contributing.
Yes.
Yeah, don't let strange French people on your show and put on their camera suddenly. Ask Mr. Brown about that.
Strange French people.
Yeah, I'm not to say all French, well, I mean, this week, anyway, so we all got a flash, basically, and I'm not talking about a superhero tanking at the box office, neither.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that movie.
I don't intend to.
No, me neither. No one has.
Good.
Flash in the pan, more
we
like.
Don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
There you go. There, subscribe to Retro Scotty. I get your channel in my rotation.
Oh, are you adding it to StreamYards? You're a gracious host. Have you spoken to Retro Scotty?
I have not.
Do you know
I'm just
Retro
learning
Scotty's
about him right now. Yeah. He appears to be human on his channel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment. If you know a person named Scott, they're probably male. I don't know how many lady Scotties there are.
Not enough.
Well, Scott isn't short for anything. You can't. Scott is...
I know it's one of the few names that gets lengthened. You get an added syllable instead of two taken away. Scotty, Scottimus, Scotford.
Mm-hmm. My personal favorite is Scathaniel.
All right, that's a keeper. Scathaniel.
So anyway, they are subjected to the horrible Vogan poetry and taken to the airlock because of the Voganity. I don't mean to skip ahead.
But you're not.
Great. And also, I would like to say that when I did see the 2005 movie and they were like, resistance is useless, I was like, oh my God, they ripped off Star Trek. And then Borg. I remembered, no. It was Star Trek that ripped off the Borg. They just made the resistance is futile more menacing.
Yeah.
It's an influence. Like, even as a science fiction tale, Jill and I just recently played Space Quest, and it's silly and it's fun and it plays with tropes. So does this. So does Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and say, you know, everything you think you know, you don't. You know who does know? The book. Don't panic. If I could be a field researcher for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I would be so happy. First things first, I got to get off this planet. I like the
There we
model
go.
work for
I
the
actually know
Vogan.
a Scotty that was female back in 2000.
I
Says
would
Retro Scotty.
Retro Scotty, I would never be able to, and I'm sure you wouldn't be able to either. Like, were you romantically involved? Because it would be weird yelling out your own name in the throes of coitus.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Well, come on. I love the throes of coitus. And if I'm with someone who has the name, my name, I think it would be weird. I wouldn't like it.
Actually, you're right. When you get two captains.
It's like that episode of Seinfeld where Jerry meets his doppelganger, but lady styles. Am I going too far? I'm probably going too far.
You're on the edge.
Mikey Suze.
Well, they come up with a great they're about to get thrown out the airlock because they didn't quite understand the poetry. They had great answers, but they came up with the wrong conclusion. I wonder if they had come up with the right conclusion, if they would have been spared.
I don't think you can beat Vogons. I think that they are purposefully obstinate. It sounded that way, what the guide told me.
Resistance. Yeah, standard council workers
is useless.
Oh, and hello in the chat to Dadman Walking. He's here.
Hey, Dadman.
Dadman Walking.
And Franco Walker, too.
Earth.
Mostly harmless. Is that Earth or humans? Perhaps both.
Well, it was upgraded from just harmless after Ford's research. And I actually knew nothing about cars, so I didn't realize that Ford Prefect was a kind of car.
Oh, so that'd be a British joke that wouldn't... Right, yeah. If he was called Ford Mustang, you'd be laughing.
Ah,
but I don't know. I've never seen a Ford Prefect. I would love to. Hey, words and pictures.
They look like a man in a blazer.
Okay.
Too far would be Scotty bringing Scotty. Wow.
While on stream? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we talked about that. We don't have sex on stream, Scotty.
Ariba Bell says TMI, Scotty.
I would just be like moaning, oh, me.
That's weekdays.
Okay.
Give it to me.
Okay, we're throwing you out of the airlock now.
Good answer. So anyway, we're gonna die. What's this? It's nothing. We're gonna die.
Right, I love it. He says, "Oh, wait a minute, what's this switch?" But no, I was only fooling.
Well, and also and as they get ejected from the Vogon constructor ship, it's great the animations that they have because Ford Prefect is so at peace. And Arthur Dent is like covering his mouth and like trying not to die. And Ford Prefect is like, whatevs. Something will happen. I'll think of something. Out in space, in the vacuum of space. He's like, I'm sure this will work out.
Well, because he knows the facts.
He is a Bugs Bunny. Ford Prefect is the Bugs Bunny in this, and Zaphod Beeblebrox is the Daffy Duck. And in this show, Arthur Dent is the Porky Pig. In the movie, I think it's Trillian who is the Porky Pig.
Oh.
Has nothing to do with body shape.
Speaking of, space is big.
You wouldn't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly going down to the local chemist. Just peanuts
to space.
Love it.
And I also, it says, they say that you can only survive in space for 30 seconds, and that's still the claim today.
Really?
Yeah.
I still wouldn't want to take a try.
No, you'd be quite injured.
Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't enjoy it.
Would it be like Boyo from Event Horizon? Remember the guy who goes
If
into
you like
space
to have a rough idea of what it's like getting spaced, I recommend watching The Expanse.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think we will after UFO. That's what I'm going to watch.
I thought we were doing For All
Boom.
Mankind. When was For All
Yeah,
Mankind?
that's after TOS.
I thought that was after. What are we doing after Quantum Leap?
Oh,
Wondering why
your
you're
channel.
bothered with all that Malleable nonsense?
Oh, it's a lovely soap opera. It's a morality play. I like it. It makes my heart swell.
Well, the simple answer is because of Scott Bakula and
Good answer, Jill.
Dean Stockwell.
I shouldn't have said anything. I was kidding. It's fine. I'm reconciled to Malleable. Oh, look, back when London was 01. Oh, back in the day.
Rotary.
It was 071. Then it was 0207. Oh, it was really 020. Anyway.
I do.
01. Those were the days. 7-digit number and 01 for London. Brings back memories.
What is it now?
Get a kebab and a pack of cigarettes for $5. Still have change for a pint.
What is it now?
I'm not there anymore. I don't know. £10 billion for a cup of coffee and a smack in the face.
All right. But I like the incorporation of this sort of situation, and this is a difference between the movie and this. And if you guys don't want me to talk about the movie, then I can understand that. But whatever.
You can. Have fun.
But like with this, it's just that Arthur and Trisha McMillan had met each other at the party on Earth, and it was a huge, improbable coincidence. And the universe is largely defined by phone numbers, apparently. But I did like the way that they incorporated that into the film. And here it works, but there is no branching sort of love.
Right.
And
there's no, well, you don't need the romance.
No, you don't. You really don't. And I agree with you on that. I think that they did that for the movie. When people say,
I guess it's just to give her more to do because she doesn't have much to do in this.
Yeah. But also, if she was just like Zaphod Beeblebrox's like lady slam piece, then, and I'm sure that Zaphod was Trillion's slam piece as well. They slammed each other. It was slam dancing. But mutual. It was mutual. There was consent. But like, I'm just saying, like, you can just tell this story with Zaphod and Trillion being sort of sidekick lover people who are adventuring that Arthur lost out upon. But the movie does make it that it's like Trillion is the lost love. But we also do get this bizarre situation involving Ford turning into a penguin. And
yes,
honestly, I don't think that penguins quack. Do penguins quack?
I was wondering
the fact that he's turning into a penguin doesn't bother you. Just the fact that the penguin form isn't accurate.
Yeah, it is. I disagree with the accent. Meh. Meh.
I'm expecting Morgan Freeman to show up and start narrating.
Here we go.
How do you feel? How do you feel about Trillion, Jill?
She's an astrophysicist and a mathematician, so she's a fun character. I would have liked to see more from her.
This is what a penguin sounds like.
This is why I need to read the books. Maybe she's more of a character in there.
Go on then.
You can understand. See? Bad acting. He didn't even research what a penguin sounds like.
That's as bad as Vogan. Is he reciting Vogan Poetry?
That's like my impression of a penguin.
The slides, they've stopped. That's on 1 hour.
Oh,
it is on
1 hour. Oh my goodness. Okay, actually, I'm not.
You
doing
know what
too
that
bad.
means. You know what that means?
What does that mean?
I'm going to go have a cigarette. Do you mind if I excuse
Yay!
myself?
I don't
Me too.
mind.
I
Okay,
will
guys,
take my
go have
towel.
fun.
It's all right. I'm not banning the show. I just might be talking through my filter.
Oh, well, that's great. And
Just the more they make menthol cigarettes illegal in places like California and Canada, the more I want to smoke them while I can.
well, you have to roll them yourself, right?
I don't have to, but you can.
Oh, hold it. I need a second.
Hang on, they've all gone. Wait, what?
Oh,
Okay,
wait,
you do
I'm
your
back.
thing.
I'm
It's
back.
all right. So, time travel. Oh, cute.
So they're rescued after 29 seconds, just a second to spare. That's pretty good. Thanks to the improbability
James
drive.
Bond timing.
And I appreciate that the improbability drive is explained as not being aligned with proper physics. And that's why it's so trippy. And
Trippy
so,
is the word.
right? Isn't it? But
Yeah,
wasn't
Einstein did not cover a whale showing up or turning indeed into a bowl of petunias once, let alone twice. Not
Well,
covered
wasn't-
in the general theory or indeed special relativity. Just not covered.
that's true. That isn't part of E equals MC squared.
Mm.
And wasn't Douglas Adams a little drunk coming up with some of these things, I think.
It
thank you.
is possible that he was blitzed out of his mind.
And I think it's great. And I don't know how Douglas Adams does it, but I guess he just simply hooks the logic unit to a Bamble Weenie 57 submeson brain to an atomic vector plotter. Suspended in a Brownian motion producer. Say, a nice cup of tea.
Yeah,
And so
Brownian motion. Nice. With a cup of tea.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mental.
Oh, you're right. Okay. And thank you guys. I didn't realize I didn't have the slides on. Ah, where are my slides? I lost them. Here they are.
Here they are. Here they come.
There they are. There's the tea. That's what you wanted.
Ah, nice cup of tea. Just looking at it makes me feel happy.
And it's not just nonsense pulled out of nowhere just for fun, even though it is nonsense just for fun, but it has real life theory behind it when they mention the indeterminacy theory. And this problem is posed as a kind of paradox in the study of sociology and history of science. And it says that there's an infinite number of possible theories, and there could only be a finite amount of experimental evidence, and therefore it's impossible to disambiguate between all the viable theories.
Is that a real word? Disambiguate?
Yeah, it apparently
Is that like clarify?
Yeah, too.
I use disambiguate and clarify synonymously. They're synonymous.
It removes all the ambiguities.
Oh, the ambiguities. Are they part of the Babel?
Yeah, to remove uncertainty, I suppose, would be the parallel.
So you're left with a what?
Mm-hmm. And the AI show says maybe Einstein might have thought of that in his grand unified theory, perhaps.
Maybe it's in the footnotes.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did a lot of thought experiments. Who knows what he was thinking?
True story. Hey, they look like Aurak from Blake 7.
Like the production stuff that's being used?
That maybe a little computer there.
And I wouldn't be surprised if some elements from other TV shows are used in this show. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
AI show says Infinite Theories on Infinite Worlds. Perfect title. of a science fiction book?
Do one called Captain Infinity. That's not quite the same thing.
Yeah. So let's see.
What's
what
this
else?
guy doing here?
Oh, he's creating the infinite probability generator out of thin air. What? How did that happen? I think it just happened because the universe is random and there's zero chance of anything happening, as we say.
Including the infinite probability generator just appearing spontaneously. Brilliant.
Well, he did something to get there. How did he do it exactly? I don't remember. It says the moment he did this, what did he do? So all I have to do in order to make one is feed that figure into the infinite probability generator and give it a fresh cup of really hot tea and turn it on.
That's where Einstein went wrong. The tea.
That's right. He drank too much coffee. Having too much fun with his cousin. Let's see.
Oh, here's Trillian.
Yeah, here's Trillian.
I must admit, I personally prefer the Trillian from the movie, but that's just actress taste.
Well, yeah, actress taste, I agree completely.
Oh, here's Scotty's favourite charmer.
Right, exactly, with the Halloween costume.
Yeah, that second head's definitely BBC special effects budget.
Mm-hmm.
Scotty's going to come back and say, I find the fake head to be more charming. Why does he have two heads? I don't remember.
Do they even say? I just accepted it. I just accepted him as an alien from Beetlejuice who happens to have two heads. And doesn't he have an extra arm also?
No, he's got that hidden away. Oh, it's an arm, is it?
I think so. Let's see. Which episode are we on? We're on the second one.
Are we on two already? Oh, yeah, for Trillian.
Well, they say that the special effects were it's derided for looking cheap, but this was actually really expensive to make.
Yeah, the robot's pretty good. I like Marvin. Oh no, brain the size of a planet. I've got to open the door again.
Yeah, Marvin is definitely one of my favorite things. Next to reading from the guide itself is definitely Marvin. He's the best.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I appreciate Marvin.
Yeah, me too. Let's see.
Uh-oh, Robert Myburnet's awake.
Oh no.
So Marvin is set off the geese. Sorry, I got distracted by the geese are fine, everyone, in case anyone's worried.
Well, we're not worried. We're okay. Okay, so apparently Douglas Adams was a lifelong party thrower, and that there are a great number of parties throughout the Hitchhiker's Guide saga. Yeah, this movie does seem to have a lot of parties.
That's
Or
based on his life. He was busy having a good time when he wasn't writing.
Yeah. Oh, right. And then the party thrown by the physicists, including Trillian, which was
Where he met. That's where she met Arthur Dent, right?
Yeah. And then there was that other party that led to the creation of the infinite improbability drive. I don't even think about how many parties are in this TV series.
An infinite amount of parties.
And the flat that Trillian was at
That looks like R2D2.
was in Arlington Road and was owned by Jonathan Brock, where Douglas enjoyed numerous parties. Adams maintained a lifelong interest in the comic potential of numbers, which the telephone number seemed a particularly rich source. Eddie the computer observes later in the episode that most people's lives are governed by telephone numbers.
Oh, I want this screenshot. Your plastic pal who's fun to be with. That should be
Well, yeah, we were missing our plastic pal who was fun to be with. I'm glad you're back.
I am back. Thank you for having me. This is up there with the Tyrell Corporation as a logo I would enjoy on a t-shirt.
Tyrell.
Serious Cybernetics Corporation. I want it.
The AI show says the robots look fairly distinctive here, not just a pale imitation of droids in the other sci-fi films and TV shows. Yeah, they have personality.
Well, and thank heavens for that, unless you're Marvin.
Yeah, Marvin doesn't really like having a personality as much as Eddie does.
Hey, guys, how can I help?
Oh, yes. So now we're finally meeting Zaphod, Trillian, Eddie, and Eddie the computer, which is the post-dub voice of David Tate Adams. Adams himself read the lines during filming. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So when this was filmed, Douglas Adams was reading for Eddie the computer, but then David Tate did the voice that we actually hear.
Mm-hmm.
And Marvin the paranoid android is voiced by Stephen Moore. Douglas Adams had no real idea of what any of his characters or machines in Hitchhikers looked like, only what they did not look like. And this became a stumbling block in the designs of the robot Marvin. Late Jim Francis, a veteran of Doctor Who and Blake 7, was assigned the task of building the TV's version's robotic character. And he found the sketches repeatedly turned down by Adams, though the author was able to offer no practical suggestions.
Classic client. I don't know what I want, but it's not that or that. Do another one. What do you want? I don't know.
Initially, Adams favored using an actor wearing a silver leotard and silver body paint.
Mm-hmm.
Something which had already been used on stage. When this idea was sensibly rejected, he took an entirely opposite view, which was that the costume should definitely not look like an actor in a suit, since there was no other way in 1980 of depicting a walking humanoid robot. This was problematic, to say the least. Francis, go ahead.
I was just gonna say again, in comparison by character design, I really enjoy Marinoid, the Parvin android in
Parvin the marinated android.
Exactly. I prefer Marvin the paranoid android in the 2005.
I'll be right back. I do love Alan Rickman. Please do talk about that. I'll be right back. I am required.
Yes. Call that job satisfaction. That was a little too Australian. But I do like the character
Is
design
that what it was?
with Warwick Davis playing the giant head, as it is obviously through the original text, and brain the size of a planet. And so I like in the 2005, he's just basically a walking brain. He's got the giant head. And so I like that. And then also the characterization through voice work of Alan Rickman is also brilliant. And so, wow, I don't have anything against this Marvin the Paranoid Android. My problem is that I am constantly comparing to the Marvin from the 2005.
Yeah. This one works better if you've seen it first.
Yeah, well, and again, it comes to the question as to where did you get introduced to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Was it the book? Was it the radio drama? Was it the BBC series?
Right.
Was
Whatever
it the
your
movie?
first, whatever
Yeah,
your first introduction was, that's going to be I don't know, your reference point.
touchstone. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Reference point, touchstone. Yeah. So this is one of those things when it's the fandom that I don't know if there's a whole point about arguing it. Like, we all love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Does it matter which one you like more, even though you like them all?
Yeah, nah. Yeah, well, maybe it doesn't.
It's a question. It's a question, not an assertion. But in my perspective, from the way I address it, is like, we all love it. So whichever coat of paint you want on the writing of Douglas Adams is accurate. I can't argue with you. I can't say that you're wrong. But
right.
I just don't. I would never argue with someone who says that they prefer the radio play or someone who says that they prefer the video game.
Yeah, I like both. I like mainly the TV show, but then I do like Zooey Deschanel. So if she got time travel back into the TV, because they cut up the TV show and mix it in with the movie and make some kind of weird Frankenstein abomination, that would make me happy.
Well, it would be very improbable.
Yeah, exactly. About as much chance as a bowl of petunias turning into a whale or vice versa.
I can't wait until we get to the whale. Jill is really excited about the whale, from what I understand.
The whale's very exciting.
Well, for a brief moment in time, yes. But do you have a preference, Captain, when it comes to Marvin? Do you like the Alan Rickman vocal?
Well, I think I like the original, but just Alan Rickman's so amazing. I'd say for Marvin, they're both good in their own way. I like the fact there is a visual reference. The original Marvin shows up in the movie as a cameo, not as Marvin, but he's in the queue.
He is in the queue. I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, with Marvin, I like both the Marvins.
All Marvin lives matter.
Exactly.
There we are.
They're all replicants to me.
I don't know where the chat is, so I can't play with that, or else I'm sure to skip.
Oh yeah, the chat. There's a chat, isn't there?
There is a chat, and I do have responsibilities, but I do want. There is a chat.
Yeah, I can see the chat. We're nothing without the chat.
It's true. Your Plastic Pal looks like a beach movie with Vincent Price as the main villain.
I would be okay with that.
And Retro Scotty says only robot-related review was of Robot Jocks 1989.
I love Robot Jocks. Achilles!
Oh man, I might have missed a few chats here.
Robot Jocks fans will get it. Robot Jocks. Yeah. That was a really good Dalek impression. Sorry.
Ari Babel says the next 10,000 years, they were the worst too.
Oh no, but wasn't it like the first 10 million years, Ari Babel? That's where Marvin is in the car park.
Yes, that's what I'm remembering.
That was
it was
so
millions of years. Ari Babel says directors and producers never know what they want until it walks into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, and that's not a bad thing. That's how would I like this to be presented on screen.
Mm-hmm. And Matt G says Jill is dealing with some unruly children, but her kids will tell us they're dealing with an unruly adult. So it's all about point of view.
Certain
No,
point
my
of view.
no, my children are doing fine. They are not unruly. They can be, but not right now.
You wait till they become teenagers.
They're juggling knives currently, but
One
they're
of
very
them
good
is
at
getting threateningly close to that.
what? Juggling knives?
No, being a teenager.
Oh,
Same thing.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it until it happens. I don't think we have to.
I think I have to worry about it before it
What
happens.
now?
Mhm. Yeah, right now.
Right
Show's
this
over.
second. Show's
The
over.
AI the AI show says I remember writing my articles for a newspaper on one of those small Macs from the mid 80s. I guess it actually worked out well. Not a bad computer.
The AI show. I used to use HyperCard on the Macintosh, and I really enjoyed it. It was good. It taught me somewhat animation, and it made me realize HyperCard. Yeah,
Going all the way back.
it's a good time.
Yeah, I need to get into animation. I want to do that. Franco Walker says the Marvin in the stage play has a reel-to-reel strapped to his chest. It looks stupid. I heard bad things about the stage play.
I'm never gonna see it. I may direct and produce, but I'll never see it.
Gorilla's Random Thought says everything is good until you get the someone needs an ass whipping screen.
Yeah.
And Uri says it's not great if you're an actor. They waste your time like you had 1,000 years.
From what? Yeah. No, I've heard that acting is a lot of hurry up and wait, and then you get to show up and emote.
Right, and you got to do the same scene over and over.
Yeah, especially if you're working for Kubrick, which no one is nowadays.
And so Francis's final design for Marvin approved not so much because everyone involved liked it, but because immovable location filming dates were fast approaching. Incorporated one clever touch, which actually suggested that there was no actor inside. If one examines the circular elbow joints closely in the TV version of the robot, the metal on the inside of the joint would clearly cut off an actor's arm when the elbow is bent. The trick is that what appears to be stiff, curved metal is actually very thin, flexible metal, which slides up inside the arm when the elbow bends. So that's how he solved the problem of having a robot that doesn't look like it has a person in it.
Well, you know how there are furries, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if you're like, what is it if you identify as a robot and that gets you going?
You have to run the machine on them, give them the void count.
Well, no, I understand there are prejudices, and there may be Blade
Classic
Runners
spin
after
job
you.
response. Well, I identify as a human. You're a Nexus 5. Bang.
Do you think there's a flexible C-3PO suit that you can, enjoy?
If there is, they never gave it to Anthony Daniels, poor thing.
Anyway, sorry.
Well, I'm getting this information from a book.
Have you ever dressed up like a robot, Jill?
I have not.
Would you want to?
Sure, I love robots.
Yeah.
What about you, Scotty? Have you ever dressed as a human by mistake?
Yeah, all the time, pal.
Touche.
But yeah, I don't think I would get down in terms of robot love. I don't care how fully functional they are.
It has been explored in science fiction. It generally works better with a woman and a male robot, apparently.
Well, I assume that they both have inlets and outlets.
Yeah, it just works better one way than the other.
Let's plug it in and see what happens.
That's what she said.
There's an Outer Limits episode about that. Franco Walker says, I saw some photos of it. It's the worst robot makeup ever.
Was it Vincent Price?
The AI show says acting in a Stanley Kubrick film was like being a marathon runner. Better have the stamina to get through take 200 of the scene.
Yes, absolutely. That is the problem of working for a photographer.
And this is, I love Marvin because this is the examination of AI having emotions before we get data.
Yeah, but also this is one of those moments where I'm like, Ford Prefect, the guy who plays Ford Prefect, bothers me because as soon as Marvin brings up Zaphod Beeblebrox, Ford Prefect just freezes and looks longingly into the distance and doesn't do anything as an actor except for freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think he's very good. I did enjoy this newscaster as he read each news story. He would throw away the paper. Paper, how quaint. But it was great. And then we get to this fucking, oh, God. I do not. Who is the actor who plays Zaphod Beeblebrox?
Oh, I should have this stuff on hand, shouldn't I?
No, not really. I don't. I don't have it because I don't like him. I am comparing him to Sam Rockwell the
I like
entire
everybody in this
time.
series.
I don't think he's as good as Sam Rockwell.
He's not exactly TV's Harrison Ford, is he?
He's not even Bakula. True story.
Well, Zaphod Beeblebrox is played by Mark Wing Davey.
Yeah, well, thanks for the effort, Mark. I know you had a prosthetic fake head on your shoulder, and there were puppeteers working a third arm. But I didn't, you know what? It was the accent and the way that you portrayed it. Not my jam. You're no Sam Rockwell.
But there wasn't a weird kidnapping sequence, so I'm okay with it.
Weird kid. Oh, no, I like that. I loved that part. Hey, I'm going to steal this shit for myself. Hey, now, come on. One of my favorite things is Sam Rockwell being Zaphod Beeblebrox.
He says that in this series, too.
He doesn't say, hey, come on. He doesn't say it the same way.
No.
He doesn't have the same charisma. He seems like a used car dealer as opposed to a pseudo low rent rock star. And I think that Zaphod Beeblebrox is a low rent rock star. He's like a cover band at a pub in Northern Ontario. Or I don't know, Corpus Christi. Have you ever seen anybody in Houston who just wasn't that good as the front man? I remember seeing the lead singer of Flock of Seagulls at a Northern Ontario pub, and I was like, ugh, still the haircut.
Did you do Space Age Love Song?
I don't know the catalog of Flock of Seagulls.
That's in the top 3. Come on.
Hey now, come on.
Well, I guess the only parallel for me is every time I go to see the Vandals, they're my favorite punk rock band. They are
great.
They always have a different drummer, and so I had to finally go to California to get to hear the actual drummer, and he is very good.
Oh, lovely.
So
I like how Eddie still has like ticker tape.
Yeah, me too. He has an unending amount, apparently. I don't ever see him run out. No one ever has to reload him. I'm sure eventually they have to reload him.
Maybe the paper comes from the infinite paper probability drive.
Why not?
It's a replicator.
It's
a replicator paper.
Replipaper?
Well, all the paper from the news broadcast is recycled for the computers. Oh, the Starship was a design in which Adams had never thought through properly, describing it only as something that looked like a running shoe. And it was an idea taken from artist Chris Voss in a painting used on the covers of a 1988 British paperback edition of the Hitchhiker novels.
See, and this is where we get the backstory of Zaphod and Trillian.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back.
Take your time. Apparently, it is rock out a clock. But this is something that Trisha McMillan is also from Earth, and that is the only familiarity that Arthur and Trillian have. I'm glad that there is no shoehorned romance.
Oh, I like the romance. Don't want the romance. Don't like a bit of romance in sci-fi.
No, but I do appreciate it. The thing is that like when you watch the 2005, if they had finally come to a reconciliation in the second or third film, that's great. Like the 2005 movie is sort of self-contained. Like you don't have to. If anything, it encourages you to go read the books or check out the other iterations.
And got no choice because they didn't make a sequel.
Well, exactly. But is that a bad thing?
It is what it is. No, it's a good thing.
Do you think that the 2005 film needs a sequel, or do you think that the 2005 film is a sequel?
It works. No, it's a reboot. It works more as a standalone than Solo or Empire Strikes Back, for that matter.
Sure.
It's got an ending, so yep.
And this one sort of abruptly. I was expecting the last episode of this to sort of reel it in on everything that they had set up, and at a certain point, it is so disjointed and so all over the place that there is an infinite amount of possibilities where the story could go. And they were just like, okay, we're done. Whereas everything is sort of concisely tied up in a friendly bow.
Yeah, which is what we like in a story.
Well, and that's what people like about The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, is that it has large friendly letters that say don't panic. So even if there isn't a continuation, you can be your own hitchhiker.
And not panic.
And not panic, hopefully, preferably.
They might have to just reboot it again and make sure they film all of the novels, all 4 of them, or is it 5?
I don't.
That'd be amazing. More miniseries.
Yes.
Really, you would want?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No argument.
You can argue if you want.
Well, they've already done the TV series. I feel like they
no, for what hasn't been on TV yet.
I think that they should do an internet series.
Oh, like Dr. Horrible sing-along blog.
Yeah.
That could work.
And the reason I say that is that every time that the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has been adapted, it's been adapted to a different medium. So we've done radio, TV, book, video game, movie.
TV show. Oh, you said that.
Yeah. And so next one would be, YouTube short film series.
But I don't think they should retread anything that they've already done. I think they should give us the stories that we haven't seen yet from the books.
So long and thanks for all the fish.
So apparently, Zaphod, the Zaphod character was. Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Crumbling around. Sorry. Hey, Cinema Gulp is here.
Yay!
Hey. Ben says, never read the book, never saw any of the movies, just wanted to contribute by saying hi to you all.
Well, Ben, you haven't contributed anything at all. You've done nothing to provide to the conversation. You don't know what we're talking about. And I would request that if you would just leave.
Zaphod, don't leave, Ben. I'm so glad you're here.
Don't listen to me.
Franco Walker says Zaphod is an intergalactic criminal, not a rock star.
Oh, come on. I saw Natural Born Killers. Mickey and Mallory are rock stars.
Isn't he also Natural Born Killers?
Part-time president of the galaxy.
I like the teleplay that never got made Quentin Tarantino wrote for Natural Born Killers. So good.
But I'm just saying, criminals can be rock stars.
Yeah, he's not actually a rock star, but he acts as if he's a rock star.
Right. If there's anything bigger than my ego on this ship, I want it found and shot right now.
Well, isn't he also a president? Some kind of president?
Part-time, yeah.
Of the part-time.
Retro Scotty says, hardly been to a lot of concerts. I did get a chance to see Rush twice in the Woodlands and the final time at the Formula One track.
Scotty, I hate Rush. But I'm glad you had a good time.
I thought it was like the national band of Canada or something.
Yeah, I know. And I'm not a good Canadian. I don't like Rush or hockey.
The AI show says used car salesman. Welcome to Babel Brock's Motors. Bad credit? Don't panic. Modest income? Don't panic. Stay calm and work out the financing.
Perfect.
Sounds like the Dr. Pepper song. I'm a hitchhiker. She's a hitchhiker. Wouldn't you like to be a hitchhiker too? Clearly, I don't know how that jingle goes.
Like, okay, so out of all of the friends that you have, I'm asking this because men were real men. Women were real women. Can you go to the next one?
And yes. And small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri.
We're real small creatures from Alpha Centauri. No, I don't know. Would you enjoy being a hitchhiker? Like, out of all the friends that you have, do you think that you have one who comes from a small planet in the vicinity of Betelgeuse who you would trust to leave the planet with? Like, be travel companion.
Yeah, if someone suddenly tells me the world's about to end and they're an alien and they have a teleporter to a ship, would I take hold of the device that would teleport me?
Yes.
Yeah, why not? Because if they're crazy, then the device will do nothing, and I'll still be okay.
Right.
And if they're not crazy,
so who's the person that you would choose?
So I'm saying I'd go on this adventure, but who I'd go on it with?
Yeah, who would you like your Ford prefect to be? I'm gonna say that I want my Ford prefect to be. You know what? I'm going to say Ben from Cinema Gulp because I was really rude to him earlier. I hope he's an alien who will take me across the stars.
Well, I just have to be cheap and go with my life partner, go with my husband. Well,
your husband? Oh, typical. You call this job satisfaction? Vows before gold.
He's typically the person I travel with in general.
You're probably going to have to
let's spend some more time on these slides.
Yes.
Hang on, how did the pictures from my weekend party get into Jill's show?
There are so many parties we were realizing earlier in this series.
So many parties. All the parties. Is this another party or are they just hanging out now?
Oh, this is when they find, like, this is the early existence, the civilization of the universe, that they've discovered everything, they've done everything, and they're bored.
Yeah, they're bored and they're rich and they got everything they could ever want.
Mm-hmm. So much so that they can create planets.
Yeah. And so they can make designer planets.
Megarithia? Is that how you say it? Megarithia?
Yeah, Magrathea is the place that creates planets.
The planet core.
And for some reason, they became so rich that they ended up with all the money, and so everybody else became poor, destroying the planet itself. The empire, anyway, not the planet.
I like how the crust of the planet is meringue. Hey, Lemon.
Yeah, hello, Lemon
feel
pie.
about that.
Lemon's here?
Lemon was, but I still, shout out Meringue whenever I can.
Oh, Chris isn't here either. Okay, you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I mixing up my lemon pies and hey, filthy? I'm probably
Yeah,
mixing
lemon
up.
meringue. I actually named meringue because meringue would come on with lemon, so I just said, "Oh, you can be meringue."
Was that Chris
lemon.
Longfellow?
Yes,
Yeah.
Chris Longfellow. She is meringue.
Meringue. But she hates
Well,
me now, so she's probably going to ditch the name. Probably just gone back to Chris anyway.
yeah, but everybody likes Jill, so you know what? I'm just happy for the 8 people who are here who don't like both you and me, but enjoy Jill's company. If you don't like her guests, we're sorry.
Filthy Friday.
Yeah. Hey, Edge of Time.
The Age of Time.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, back on the Heart of Gold.
Well, Zaphod apparently was based on someone named Johnny Simpson, a Cambridge roommate of Douglas Adams, who put a great deal of effort into appearing relaxed.
I do that.
The character was also, to some extent, written to the strengths of actor Wing Davey.
Yeah, strengths.
Apparently.
Apparently. He had strong shoulders.
To hold the second head. That's how he got the job.
Mm-hmm.
Neck muscles.
How do you feel about having a hump?
What else is new?
Oh, and Marvin the Paranoid Android was famously based on comedy writer Andrew Marshall. I guess, whoever that is. And Adams took a great delight in telling interviewers about the character's origins. Chilean was ostensibly based on an ex-girlfriend of Adams, but he never specified who.
Helen Mirren.
So all these characters are based on people that either were famous but aren't famous anymore, or were never famous in the first place.
Well, that's the benefit of allegory, is that you can tell whatever story you want and drape it in whatever science fiction you wish. And it will make it so, your teenage rival had 2 heads? We'll find him.
Allegory.
I need just a minute.
Take 7. But it's interesting because at this point, watching it based on the book and the movie, everything's going forward the way that I would anticipate The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's fleshing out of more details, and there's omissions and additions that are happening throughout the storytelling. But I'm still getting my Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sort of vibe, the feeling of it.
Vibe is the word I was going to go for. Yeah, I think because Douglas Adams' involvement, the vibe is the same. Because as you mentioned, the details differ across the media, across the adaptions, but the vibe is indeed consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And before we get too far away from the 3rd episode, the beginning of the episode, I forgot to mention that there is a Star Trek reference.
Yes, there is, and I love it. Tell me.
Yeah, to boldly split infinitives that no man had split before.
Because to boldly go where no man has gone before, to boldly go is a split infinitive. It is supposed to grammatically correctly be to go boldly. Yes. I'm glad you caught that too, Jill. Thank you so much for being a friend.
You're welcome. Hey, well, and I'm so glad that you noticed it too.
Also, I appreciate that Arthur does not like the tea.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. He's and the bad tea is giving him stress. Unacceptable stress.
Oh, this is the episode that has the best post-credit sequence in the history of post-credit sequences, is because This is the, from what I understand, this is the first trigger warning. It says something along the lines of modern audiences apparently do not enjoy stress. So we will tell you everything that is going to happen except for one thing, which happens to be the most inconsequential because no serious repercussions occur because of it. However, we will tell you that in this, no one will die. The missiles will turn into a potted petunia plant and a whale.
A sperm whale.
You shut your whore mouth. How dare you? This is a Friday afternoon show. Are you allowed to say sperm?
Yeah, it's a type of whale. It's like it's
Is it? I thought this was a joke.
No, they're real.
Made
It's
it
a
up with the
real-
improbability drive.
How big do you have to be?
Hang on, you've never heard of a sperm whale?
Well, I've never ejaculated one myself. I didn't know that sperm came that big. Or I don't even know. Sperm are mammals.
and it materializes above the planet.
From where?
Well, it was the
Somewhere
like you
else.
said.
The penis?
No, it comes out from out of nowhere. It just
As long as
materializes
it
into
comes.
existence.
No.
You knew I was going to have fun with this. Come on. Hey.
Okay, so Douglas Adams says his inspiration for this was the 1970s American detective series Canon, in which extras were frequently killed and nobody seemed to care. So he was determined to create and then kill off an entirely irrelevant character, the whale, but damn well made sure the audience care about it. Oh wait. Oh, give me a moment. I am required.
Well, I'm very appreciative to Franco Walker for telling
Who
me where the
says, for
sperm.
fuck's sake, Scott?
Yeah. So that's where the sperm whales came from, for fuck's sakes. So that's good. Thank you. I didn't know.
Now, if we can just explore these plans that Princess Leia gave us, then maybe we can find a weakness in the space station.
You know what we need? Sperm whale.
Oh, of course. In the X-wing.
In an
Well,
X-wing.
Dave Filoni, next best thing. Anyway,
Wrong.
come on.
No, I don't want to be taken off into an improbability drive of different franchises. I want to continue on. I do appreciate the graphics that are on the screen. Oh my God, that is a horrible looking head. Dear sweet Moses.
The fake one's not much better.
Oh, I know people find it endearing, but come on. Part of the fun of making bad special effects humorous is making fun of them. And Trillian really has not much of a character. She's kind of a Jadzia Dax.
She looks like she's just stepped off a bloody ABBA video.
Stepped?
I
like she
jumped,
danced.
pranced. What do you prefer? I don't. What you now second guessing of what kind of movement she's making in her ABBA style disco jumpsuit from the late 70s, indeed 1980.
I have a thing about British women, and
you and Kathleen Kennedy.
I was gonna say Ava Delush, but like I'm not a big fan of this. Like in terms of the character of Trillian.
Yes.
Do you feel that she is a fleshed out, strong female character?
Well, when you put it like that, no, she doesn't say that. Well, she has lines. She thinks things. She's a personality.
She's never a damsel in distress.
No.
But she ends up just being sort of like background crew member at a certain point.
Well, yeah, she doesn't save the universe or anything.
Well, she's part of a team.
I like a team.
I do enjoy teams.
I'm not sure about her hair, though. Who does her hair?
Bananarama?
Yeah, I reckon.
It is. Well, and let's talk about when it was actually developed for its time.
Well, yeah,
Like,
late 70s, early 80s. So
it does look very much.
space age, all that good stuff.
Zaphod has a mullet.
Because before they go into space, it is a period piece. It's set in the year it was written in, which was written in the year it was set in.
True. More ticker tape. My favorite.
Nice.
Hey, everybody. I'm Eddie, your shipboard computer. Would someone mind changing my roles?
Yeah, he's definitely a lot more chipper than Marvin, isn't he?
Well, but that's the problem.
Well, that's because Marvin has some diodes on his left side that are very painful, and nobody will replace them.
Mm.
I ask. No one listens, though. Meanwhile, this dildo is flying through space. And I was referring to Arthur Dent. Not the ship, which obviously looks like it vibrates.
It's supposed to look like a shoe.
Is it supposed to look like a shoe?
Yeah,
that you could hoop?
Ain't gonna fit any foot I've ever seen.
I don't know, man. I already brought up paper to lush. So anyway, this should be emphasized because right. This is the guide that is actually saying this is, and so we have the missiles, which are the defense system of Magrathea. And everyone is actually Trillian is the one who knows how to do the evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, this is basically what she has in this entire series. Is this one
again?
line here.
She's the Jadzia Dax of the Sitch.
Yeah, yeah. If we split our flight path tangentially across the sum of vector 9GX78 with a 5-degree inertial correction, and it works for a bit.
I have a question before we move on. Do you ever believe the friendship between Zaphod Beeblebrox and Ford Prefect?
I feel like they're more acquaintances than friends.
But in the movie, I think that they are actually more sort of.
You know what?
Like they're emotionally connected as opposed to in this.
I'll tell you, the only time I felt a connection between the two were when they're about to die and they both chant that death chant.
Yes.
The
Beetlejuice.
Chant.
Yes.
That works for me.
How many times have we said Beetlejuice, and have you seen a ghost?
Beetlejuice. And you know, it's funny that...
Hey, all three of us did it. This works. Now look around. Is there a ghost?
It's funny that Ford Prefect is from Beetlejuice because right now, Beetlejuice is getting brighter and brighter. Scientists are wondering if it had gone supernova, and we don't know quite yet.
Well, I hope not.
Jury's still out.
Could be those Vogons building another bloody space highway.
You know what? It's not impossible.
Just highly improbable. Now, did you find out anything about this whale?
I actually, about the whale.
Yeah.
The sperm whale?
Dirty mouth. Yes. I thought you were looking into finding out how the whale, because it's a great looking whale.
I just realized how they got their name. Okay.
Because of the sperm.
No, but I really love this monologue.
I love the monologue, but I was wondering, I thought you were looking into seeing how the special effect was made because it's really a good whale model.
No, I don't know.
I was curious.
Well, they have to get it the right size and weight. They have to take it to a railway station. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I've been making sperm jokes this entire time. You're fine. No, but I think it's a great puppet. I don't know if it's an animatronic. They do stuff with the tail. What do I call this? Jill, do you have the dialogue for it? Or are you going to do it?
Yeah, I do.
Or the monologue. Yeah. I suppose he's just thinking to himself. See it?
Yeah, there it is.
Perhaps I can find a better name for it. What voice does he have? I forget.
That's it. You got it.
Because there certainly seems to be a hell of a lot of it. The wind. The wind. Hey, what's this thing? I love how Bill Bailey does it in the movie. It's so it's beautiful. And this is great. This is great just because I love this whale animatronic. Hey,
So
this is
much
really
to look
exciting.
forward to. I'm quite dizzy with anticipation.
Antissa?
Wow, what's this thing suddenly coming towards me? Very fast.
Ooh, it's so raw. Oh, ground. I'll call it ground.
Yeah, and they meet the whale again later, but he's in lots of pieces.
He is in lots of pieces.
It's
Bert
amazing
Prey
how
gets
much
it.
Douglas had. Oh, Bird of Prey's here. Hell.
Kapla.
Sperm whales are the most erotic of whales. Because of this. Never mind.
Because they see the most.
Ariba Bell says in May 2005, New York's University Tisch School of Arts announced that Wing Davey had been named chairman of and arts professor in the school's graduate acting program.
That's the guy who played Zaphod Beeblebrox, and that's his. Wow.
And then there's
he grew as a performer, I will say.
And then Edge of Time gives us a Simpsons reference. Nuke the whales. Because you gotta nuke something. The AI show says, so Douglas Adams uses canon and reference. Apparently canon is not canon.
Oh.
But that's what I really appreciate about everything when it comes to life, the universe, and everything when it comes to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is that it's all silly. It's all ridiculous. If you're trying to make sense of stuff, you are on a fool's errand. And this work of fiction, whether it be in book, radio, television, movie, or otherwise, this is all just like, are you trying to make sense of something? Good luck.
Well, that's
This
the whole
makes
point.
Singing in the Rain look like a documentary.
It may. It may.
Well, the absurdity of it is the entire point. The fruitlessness of finding the answer to the meaning of life being just a big joke is the whole point.
Well, and one of, I think, Captain, I don't mean to speak for you, but I think we've talked about it before. One of my favorite quotes is I'd much rather be happy than right. And that is a quote that's from the dialogue of the film adaptation of this. Like
is
that's
it in the book?
Well, it's in the TV series too.
And that's from Slartibartfast. It's a fun name to say, even if you get it wrong. Slartibartfast. So, but yeah, Slartibartfast, whatever. I don't care. It's fun to say, you monkey. But like all of this is just absurdity, and I appreciate the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is because when you find yourself in an absurd situation, enjoy it and stop be Ford Prefect. Be Ford Prefect. Roll with the punches. Surf the waves. If you want to find definitions, that is a fool's errand.
But fool's errands are often fun also. Sometimes.
Well, sure, I suppose, if you'd like to be convinced of your own fiction. But if you'd like to go out into the world and find out that maybe you're wrong, being wrong is the best learning experience. Unless you're Captain Finity, in which case he has a dial of destiny which defines time travel.
I've tried being wrong a couple of times. It's quite fun.
Well, yeah, no, I know. You twisted your ankle the last time.
The weird thing is, people like you more when you're wrong than when you're right. Isn't that funny?
That's what I try for.
Yeah, that's true. Mistakes are charming sometimes.
Unless they're given birth to, in which case they can be naughty.
But they have to be genuinely achieved. Or Failed?
Jill's
The
talking about
failure-
grammatical errors, and Scotty's suddenly thinking immediately of unwanted children on 2 hours.
I've got like 4.
The range of mistakes you can
All
make.
right, we're at 2 hours. I'm going for another cigarette break so I can collect my thoughts.
The
Quick, gather
failure.
them.
The failure achieved has to be genuine.
Jill, may I excuse myself?
Yeah, go ahead so I could talk about the sunglasses. Get out
All
of
right,
here.
you talk about the sunglasses. Send me a pair.
So Zaphod wears 2 pairs of Jujanta 200 super chromatic peril sensitive sunglasses, which we see turn totally black to prevent the wearer from seeing something which might alarm him. The 4 lenses were polarizing filters, and a 5th filter was fitted on the camera. As long as all the filters were parallel, the sunglasses appeared clear, but turning the camera filter through 90 degrees rendered them opaque to the camera. So that was the trick there.
Ah.
And the AI shows us,
Sunglasses.
actually, having majored in English, I know you can analyze Douglas Adams' work just like you can literary works and other novels. Even absurd works can be dissected. Yeah, absolutely. And I absolutely enjoy it. That's why it is so hilarious, because
So
it's intelligent.
That's
And he
an
takes
interesting point. So I'm quite taken with that because it's a comedy, but it still has to make sense. Indeed, there's plenty of science fiction dramas out there right now, new Trek, that's not funny and doesn't make sense.
And right. And so he takes what you expect and he turns it on its head, but it's not complete nonsense. It makes sense.
Writing good comedy is a very serious business, actually.
Agreed.
Yep,
if it's
no
all
joke
just
coming
Vogan
close.
poetry, if it's all just Vogan poetry, then it's not going to be funny.
Do you know how much comedic talent it must have taken to write deliberately funny, deliberately bad Vogon poetry? I mean, that is Adam's genius.
It is. I agree that he's a genius.
Amen. Or was.
Yeah, was. Well, all the way to the very end.
Yeah, rest in peace, Douglas.
Oh, and you can also find the sunglasses in the video game. I think we probably will do the text-based adventure game. I had fun with the last one.
Oh yeah, you and Scotty are doing video games anyway. This is the ultimate tie-in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here he is, the Fjord Maker.
Right, Slartibartfast.
Yeah, I'd rather you do that one, Jill.
I don't know if I can do it again. I can only do it once. Can I just replay? I need
one more time. What was his name again?
Slartibartfast.
That's the one. Even better the second time.
The venerable planet designer who specializes in fjords was based on John Lee Monsieur, but was played in the TV series by Richard Vernon.
Oh, that's the first person that's based on. Okay, he was in Dad's Army. Not the actor, the guy it was based on.
Oh, John Lee Mercer was in.
Yeah, that's the one. I can't do his name either.
I can't.
You're great at doing the names, Jill. You're in charge of names today.
Well, Scotty's the Canadian. He'd be better with the French stuff.
Just don't give him any whales.
Yeah, no, I've just learned that. The character's explanation of how. Oh, okay, see, I can't do the name of this planet. Magrathians had built Magrathians had built Earth for the mice. Include the TV serial's first use of the phrase "life, the universe, and everything."
Ah. Oh yeah, do we just have the line where he's going, yeah, that's just standard background paranoia. Classic.
Right, everybody has it.
See, when I saw it, I was like, oh, I feel better now. It's not just me. Yeah, anyone out there, do you feel a slight sense of unease, background tension? That's just normal human life. It's fine. Carry on.
And yeah, and this is the part where humans believe they're more intelligent than dolphins because they have war and the wheel in New York. And the dolphins believe that they're more intelligent because they don't do all that crap.
It's
And
funny because it's true.
it's true. And they knew the Earth was going to blow up first, so they built spaceships and left a long time ago.
I always remember that very specific picture they took of that North Vietnamese officer getting executed. That's a very specific photo reference.
Wait, what? I didn't think
The
about
picture
that.
below, if you go back one slide to the guy getting shot, that's one of the famous shots from the Vietnam War.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, there's even a story behind it because there's quite an uproar. Cause it's like, oh, this guy got shot in cold blood. Well, he just killed a bunch of other people. So the guy on the other side shot him in the head, and that was that. Anyway, so bit of war drama in the middle of your comedy there. So in fact, that now that I mean, why am I bringing it up? Because I noticed it, but why did they put it in there? I think there's a bit of dark humor in there. They just put, a vile act of war, a cold-blooded execution to someone that arguably deserved it in the middle of a comedy. It's kind of don't see dolphins doing that, do you?
Well, there's Turnabout, and that's what that is, based on your explanation. And yeah, there's lots of Easter eggs and jokes hidden within the graphics that they do for all the animations.
Right. Yeah, that's
And
definitely
you
one of the
found one.
darkest ones.
Well, good point.
Yeah, it's good. Makes it funnier for me.
And yeah, so they couldn't communicate to the humans about the Earth being set to just be destroyed, so they had to leave.
Oh, that's right. They left a message.
And the last bit of communication they left us was jumping through a hoop, singing the Star Spangled Banner, but whistling the Star Spangled Banner. But what they were really saying was,
So long. Thanks for all the fish.
and that's always my favorite. And in the movie, they come up with this whole big song that Scotty apparently knows, but he's not here to sing it.
So long and thanks for all the fish. Yeah, it's big in the movie.
Well, this is how they start the movie, I believe.
Yeah.
Is this part of the story? They start here.
Well, I was just finding it more funny. It's just that I can imagine when the dolphins do finally leave, that would be their final message. See, once again, it's funny because it's true. I bet they would say that. I bet they are saying that right now.
Yeah, I don't see why they would stay here much longer. They have to be getting ready to go.
I've been trying to get off the planet for years.
And even more intelligent than the dolphins were, of course, the mice.
Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life down here. Apart from the mice, of course. Brilliant segue.
Mm-hmm. The pan-dimensional creatures.
So I don't know who that photo is based on. Standard professor, I dare say.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, there's lots of...
See, Slarty's more of a hippie in this one because in the movie he's got short hair. More modern.
Mm-hmm.
God, that is quite visually impressive for late 1970s, early 80s BBC special effects.
I think it looks great.
Yeah, not bad. Most impressive.
Ervik Saunders here. Hello, Ervik Saunders.
Ervik.
So sad it has come to this. Oh, yeah. Ervik Saunders knows the song.
We tried to warn you all, but oh my. But yeah, they're really impressive graphics there. I'm pleasantly surprised. They're actually better than I remember. Normally it's the opposite.
And that's the third episode, so we're halfway through.
Not bad going. Oh, crumbs, it started raining here. See, it is winter out here. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thank you. Merry Christmas. Are you doing all 6 today, or are you going to do another 3 next week?
I want to get it finished today. If you do have
All
to go, that's
3.
okay.
All 6. I'm good for the moment.
Okay.
No, as long as I'm awake, as long as I'm good to you in the audience, then it's all good. Just realising
Okay.
it's day, because I stayed up all night. It's daytime now. It's tomorrow. It's Saturday morning.
Mm.
I just found my cigarettes. I'm going to tag team. When Scotty comes back, I'll light mine. So we'll tag team it. See, that's just what happens, folks. You start smoking the old tobacco, kids. You want another one, then another, then another.
And so yeah, so we learned that Trillian's pet mice, Frankie and Benji, are revealed to be extensions into our dimension of hyper-intelligent pan-dimensional beings. And of course, they're played by real white mice.
Typecast again.
He wanted them, Douglas Adams wanted them to be actors in mouse costumes. Inspired by the 1969 Monty Python sketch in which grown men admit to dressing like mice in some sort of perversion.
I'm perverted.
Footage
Perfect timing.
Yeah, I mentioned furries, and who appears?
I am a furry, I think. I'm more of a guy who enjoys romantic interactions with people dressed up like Star Trek people than a furry. So I don't want to usurp.
Yeah, footage of the mice and hitchhikers is slowed down slightly, and the random movements of their heads and mouths mean that at least some of the dialogue matches up.
I don't like this startled burst fart.
I said it twice already. I can't do it again.
I don't even care to. It's not important, as he says himself.
Slartibartfast.
Yay, that's free.
Oh my. He's our own very own. I do enjoy how your 40-second tea time is the least viewed. We have 4 viewers. This is great.
It
no
must
one
be
wants
me.
This.
I'm the factor. Oh well, plow through.
I don't care.
Neither do I. I'm just entertained. This is deep thought. Which deep thought do you prefer? Do you prefer deep thought as a man or a woman voice?
I don't care.
I was kind of hoping, and I had an ear out for it. I was kind of hoping that the voice of deep thought was, oh my stars, who is the name of the guy from Flash? Not Flash,
Gordon.
the speed guy. Flash. Gordon's alive.
Gordon's alive. Oh, that
What
guy.
is the name of that actor?
Flash. Buster Crab. No, hang on.
Not Buster Crab. That's crazy.
Well, it's technically correct.
What's his name? He's a famous actor with a crazy cool voice.
I don't know.
All right. He's in the Flash Gordon movie, and also he was the voice of...
Brian Blessed. Gordon's alive.
Him.
Brian Blessed.
For a bit there, when I was watching Deep Thought, I was like, yay, it's Brian Blessed. And then I realized it was not, and then I got upset.
And I guess the point is, this is why this is the 40-second tea time. It had to be. I had to make it the 40-second tea time. Even if it is a less popular, I didn't live stream in general, but it is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. So if only 4 of you got it, then 4 of you are on top of the game.
Well, and it'll be perennial. It'll be around forever. It's not like this is going away. And so if you would like to hear I think this is fantastic. I had never seen the British Broadcasting Corporation's presentation of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and so I'm so glad that it was an introduction. Thank you, Franco. Brian Blessed, and thank you, Captain. I do enjoy Brian Blessed.
He's great. Great voice, great acting.
You retarded is one of his favorites.
All hail the Black Dagger, long may he live his name. Anyway.
Because he was a Gungan. He was Boss Nass.
The planet core.
The planet. Anyway. No, this is crazy. It's turning into a pub. We should.
Well, I love this because we have the philosophers getting upset that the computer is doing their work.
Yeah.
Which is predictive of today's writer's strike of the
topical
of the actors.
AI.
Of the actors being upset that the artificial intelligence is threatening their jobs in the same way.
It was very interesting. And again, I think that this is an allegorical science fiction satire talking about. Sorry, Jill.
Go ahead.
I think it does make commentary of what is happening at the time, but I think it's very apropos as to what's going on right now. It's like, oh, what if we offload what our brains are thinking about the existence of life, the universe, and everything, and we give it to a computer? Well, what are we going to do? We'll be out of a job. We can't have that. How are people? Do you experience death? How dare you talk about or expound on our experiences about death? Well, I am deep thought. I can extrapolate on your puny minds. I would like to say that I am way smarter than you. My name is Deep Thought. I am the second most powerful computer in the galaxy. And also, I like the way that Slartibartfast shoots the memories into Arthur Dent as an encyclopedic. This is what happened, and it is great that it's like Deep Thought says, well, you're going to have to take different forms, and you're going to have to be a part of the Matrix to figure out what's going on here, yo. This is so. We created a computer, and the computer said, well, you're going to have to do some work. And they were like,
we're going to have to wait.
2.5, 7.5, 7.5 million years.
And the computer has to make another computer that is a planet with billions of life forms on it who are helping to calculate question. And now, okay, so I've got to step away for a minute.
So every time I look at Norway, I think of Slartibartfast, I must say. See, one of the enduring pleasures now of life, thanks to Hitchhiker's Guide, is looking at maps. Look at those fjords. Look at Slarty go. He deserved that award.
What was it in this one later on? He's like, oh, no, they assigned me Africa, and I wanted to make fjords. And they were like, well, no. Well, why would you assign me to Africa?
I thought he'd start naming the fjords. Call the first one Harrison.
Harrison Fjord?
Boom.
I like it. I'm a big fan of Harrison Fjord.
Yeah, it's quite easy to find on the map. You know where Jeff Bridges is?
I from what I understand, there are many Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, well, it's the big one. Right, where are they now? Keep up with the slides, Scotty. Come on.
I have to step away for a little bit. We'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Scotty, you have the bridge.
All right. Well, I do want to maintain and continue with the conversation of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Now, you said that you have seen the movie, Captain.
That is correct. I even have it on Blu-ray, physical media. I've seen it at least twice.
And I have it on Blu-ray myself.
I've got these series on DVD. I think this is making me realize I like both. I think the film's underrated. It's much derided. It's kind of like not that bad. I do like the series because I grew up with it, but
it's
I like aspects of the film.
Would you say that it's kind of like the American Office?
Well, The Office is American now.
Well, yeah, but like when Ricky Gervais made it, and I'm just doing this for
so that kind of
allegorical.
comparison. Yeah, because it's the American version. Yeah, it's been Americanized in simple terms. Yeah, I guess.
Well, and you and I have been on Cinema Gulp's channel. Big shout out to Cinema Gulp. Don't forget to like and subscribe. But we've talked about Faulty Towers.
We have indeed.
And Faulty Towers has been adapted into American situations, and the original is always better.
Oh, that's a whole. The original is always different. It's not necessarily better. It might be. I mean, there might be Brits that prefer the. We generally speaking, you like the original. We had this chat about. I was talking with Dillard and Financial about music. I mean, I like Public Enemy, but I never liked Black Steel in the Hour of Chaos. But then Tricky did a version called Black Steel, and I thought, oh, that's better. I like that better.
So I do like the representation of the war as being sort of like asteroids or Galaga.
Yeah, they avoided the graphic violence in this instance.
Well, and then ultimately, it doesn't really matter what your ultimately. Anyway,
so, maybe this is like drone warfare. Maybe this is what it looks like in Ukraine right now.
But the entire war is eaten by a small dog. Right. So no matter how important you think the conflict that you are going through right now, as soon as a dog yawns, it may eat all of your troubles. It's like this is...
Is that a comment on our own insignificance, Scotford?
Yes, it is, and I think Douglas Adams did it very well and very whimsically. It is it's from what I understand philosophically, it's a matter of what you think is a big deal, it's not, and you're silly to thinking that it's a big deal.
Oh, I don't. We could lapse into philosophy club because I've been thinking about that, and then that's so much the conventional wisdom. I'm like, well, screw the objective view. In my head, I am the center of the universe. I've gone the other way. I'm fully back on the subjective view.
Well, and I'm sure that this will please many people in the audience, but like
screw that dog. From my point of view, the center of the universe is in my head.
Yeah, but I've gone the other way. I've realized that my perception of the universe is wholly inconsequential. No matter what I think, may I contribute to it in some small way. I hope I do. But if I fade away, who cares? It's never gonna matter. And like that's part, like people will say, Scott, you're a jerk, and I'll be like,
ad hominem.
No, but I will agree with that. I am a jerk. But like, it's a situation where we have an advantage in human history, is that we get to present our personalities for the ages. The internet doesn't delete anything. And I may be found out to be one of the worst humans in all of the histories. And I'll say
in 1,000 years, basically, shout out to people in the year 3000 poring over this recording now, one of two remaining recordings of human history. So this is it. This is all they got, basically. This and the weather report, Scotford.
Well, it's sunny and 72 degrees.
There you go. This Jill show could be the last remnant of human history that survives the next nuclear war, along with Kathleen Kennedy's contract to Lucasfilm.
and her undying love for me, which I am sure that she reciprocates.
Well, I heard a rumor from a reliable source that she loves you.
That she's married?
To you, in her head.
No, she's not married to me. We've never met.
That's why. She's got the fantasy.
Oh.
Anyway, Hitchhikers. Quick segue back to Hitchhikers. We'll get in trouble.
Well, I was just going to say, if you are in the year 3000 and you're enjoying yourselves on a moonlit night, I would say listen to Anti-Derivative Jill's channel. Subscribe, like. It's a good time if this is a pocket of 1,000 years ago that you'd like to remember. I don't see that you'll have a bad time.
Maybe by then you'll figured out your insignificance. Now, where's that coffee?
It's in the percolator.
It isn't, unfortunately. No. Yeah, bear with me. Scotty, you have the bridge.
I have the bridge.
Yeah,
I'm all on my own. Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say...
Now stand absolutely still.
Yes, Captain.
Someone's been sleeping in my coffee.
That's much better, Mr. Chekhov.
Who's the babe?
You know what? I forget the name.
Which episode? I'll watch it next week.
Oh, it's Mud.
Oh, is it Mud's Chicks?
It's Mud's Chicks. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wanted to take over the Enterprise with them.
Mm-hmm.
He was
well,
promised.
who can blame him? You
call
fool!
that job satisfaction? I gotta fuck a guy with a mustache. Still very Australian.
So that's the female androids, but with Marvin's voice.
Yes. Oh, and
Scotty
also,
was just musing. No, you first.
No, please, after you. I insist.
Well, I was just bringing Jill back to where we are because thanks to Hitchhiker's Guide, which we're now reviewing, Scotty was musing on our insignificance objectively in the universe, and I countered with, well, subjectively, the center of the universe is in my head.
Well, even if we are insignificant, we find ourselves significant as
Exactly.
that. And that's why we ask these questions. And that's why Douglas Adams makes fun of it.
But also, if I may interject, I think that the best people are aware of their insignificance and they choose to interact with other people of insignificance just because all of these insignificant people are all we have.
That's right. We ought to just be kind to each other because we're all insignificant together.
And then the world blew up and that idea was destroyed forever.
But as
until one man who was nailed to a tree for saying, "Hey, what do you think? Should we be nice to each other?"
That's not a bad idea. Oh, that's into him.
Sorry about the wait.
So as they're escaping from the mice, Arthur, Ford, Zaphod, and Trillian are trapped behind a computer bank by two galactic cops, Shooty and Bang Bang.
I hate those guys. Shooty and Pow Pow?
Allegedly, this was inspired by Starsky and Hutch from ABC.
It looks more like Hall and Oates. I can't go for that. Can't go for that.
As with the previous mentioned canon inspiration, suggests that Douglas Adams had a real penchant for 1970s American cop shows. The two characters at one point share an emphatic single face-to-face nod, which is pure Laurel and Hardy. And then their guns blast the computer bank behind which Arthur and his companion shelter until it eventually blows up.
Well, and this is where the movie absolutely deviates from the book. This is where the book deviates from the BBC show. But this isn't, as we've mentioned before, this is an adaptation of the radio play.
Yeah, and in this, the computer blows up, and the sequence was shot outside to allow for a really big explosion.
At this point, we like nothing makes sense, and it's all absurd. There is no narrative
no, it does
structure.
make sense. Yes, there is. And this,
okay,
there's...
you're gonna have to take me on this ride, because I don't know
what
you're talking about.
I don't understand why you don't think that Douglas Adams makes sense. He's funny because he's making so much sense about life and philosophy and the nature of existence.
I'm not arguing about the observations. I'm not arguing about the satire. What I am asking is that once that computer bank blows up, and as we'll see in the next episode, they are in the restaurant at the end of the universe. Or, pardon me, restaurant at the end of the universe.
Here we are.
Like once that happens, there is no narrative through line, and this entire series loses direction without ending.
Oh, you mean from this
through
point?
line?
Yeah.
Someone's been studying the art of plot structure, Scotty.
I haven't been studying. I got this all in my noggin, yo.
He's a writer.
But I think this is the last episode where as a fan of the movie, I'm like, this is the end of the movie. If you have only seen the movie, this is where things get weird. If you haven't read nothing but the original novel, this is where things are like, this is new. I didn't know this happened. What does this mean? And so you may not have been exposed to it as much as the rest of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Because up until now, this is the generally known Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
This is where we lose the transmedia canonical verisimilitude.
Well, no, I don't think we lose that. And I don't mean to argue with you, but this is still continuing.
Oh, you're on your own, pal.
Well, but we're still continuing with the original radio play, from what I understand. I did like David Prowse. They didn't show his wonky eye. And I did enjoy Peter Davison as a cowman who wanted to be eats.
Well, I'll agree with you that after the explosion, it doesn't make any sense how they're flung forward millions of years into the future to the restaurant at the end of the universe. Yes,
absurdity.
That part doesn't make sense.
Right.
Just
not even a time travel machine.
I did want to say, Edge of Time. Mud did nothing wrong. Agreed. And you know who else did nothing wrong? The outrageous O'Connor, the more charming Mud. Hey, Aravik.
He's just cuter. He's not more charming.
He is. He is more charming.
He's adorable.
And cuter. He is adorable.
But I don't know.
I have a question. No. Captain Finity.
Hello.
If you had a choice between having sex with Harry Mudd or the outrageous O'Connor, who do you think would be the gentler lover?
I think it would be a tie.
Fair enough. I would like a threesome with both Harry Mudd and an outrageous O'Connor.
Well interpreted.
Anyway, meanwhile, back in the galaxy.
The mustache gives you something to hold
I
on
don't
to.
like mustaches on my clitoris.
Why would you even say that?
Because I don't like them on that part of me.
Because they bristle.
Yeah, they scratch. It's filthy Friday.
You have known some weird women, apparently.
Well, I will agree with that statement.
That's to you, Scotty.
And I can't say that she's wrong. I can't say she's wrong.
It's
So were you
whale.
fishing?
Be
Were you
okay.
fishing for unsubscribers?
Frank, well, I've already lost 2 subscribers the past 2 days, so I'm definitely doing something wrong anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It's
Frankel
probably your
Walker
Oh, that's
says
YouTube. Maybe.
the restaurant at the end of the universe is the second book in the series.
Yes.
And,
And it is about it's elaborated on the last 2 episodes of the radio play and the BBC drama. BBC teleplay. I don't know how to refer to it.
Sitcom? No. Comedy? Comedy.
Yeah, I guess
Series?
like
Serial?
I want to say radio play, teleplay, miniseries kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude. Like, I have a lot of respect for this group of ideas. Like this, Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is one of my favorite flights of fancy that contextualizes the chaos of the universe by a bunch of people who are trying to figure it out, and you will never figure it out. Like, this is Douglas Adams telling me, are you trying to piece this together? Because you're always going to be wrong. And that's why it is a part of my science fiction, like, library.
But I do think it's quite beautiful that 101010 is 42 in binary.
Well, I also 10101010
10 10 10
10 10 10 Tora Tora Tora. Too much?
Oh, I love this
Just right.
screen here. Describing humans, carbon-based mammal, ape-like.
I'm caffeine and tobacco based.
Yeah. hair on head sometimes.
I have hair on my head.
Sleep needed 1 to 12 hours.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of
0
8.
to 24.
Lying at rest, 0 to 98. What?
Sure.
Oh. Energy. The amount of calories needed to do certain things.
Carolee?
It's good. I like it. Washing dishes, 1 to 53 calories. Making love, 1 to 42 calories.
42.
Wow, there's 42.
Sounds like they're not trying hard enough. Captain, have you ever had a screaming orgasm?
I normally have a daiquiri.
Yeah, fair enough. They're easier to make.
Indeed. Take less time.
Yeah. Fruitier.
Oh, it's true that there's no thread, no connection between the explosion and waking up at the restaurant. But I love the restaurant. It's a great place.
Do they lampshade it? Their appearance?
No, they don't. They don't. They just think they're dead.
They're just there.
And they find out they're not dead. They think they're in the afterlife.
There's no explanation given.
They don't even try to lampshade. No.
No, they don't even understand. They don't know what's going on. This is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. Something blew up. There was a cliffhanger. There was no explanation of how they got out of there. It was just said that as soon as that computer blew up, that they went into the far future, and the restaurant on the end of the universe is on Magrathea, but like several billion years in the future. There is no explanation, no rationality. And if you are a fan of this and you want to know, like, well, I'm saying in general, I'm not yelling at you.
No more or less ridiculous than the current Indiana Jones offering.
Well, no more ridiculous than any time travel story. All of a sudden, a computer blew up and you're several billion years in the future. What kind of fucking nonsense is that? You are not giving me the information that I can understand the mechanics of this time travel. And I say that it's part of the point that you don't understand. You know what? Not understanding, that's called nature. Sorry if you don't get it. Sorry if you don't have a slide rule or an abacus that figures out why Marvin the paranoid android is parking cars in the garage of a fucking planet. Like, this is all ridiculous. This is all a flight of fancy. And if you're doing an abacus thing, calm down. Touch grass.
Oh no, that's
You
inviting
can-
a counter argument.
you
I
can
would
be-
suggest, yeah, with comedy, I think there's room to explore there. Because I was trying to go with you, Scotty, but no, you need to have some grounding in your fiction, especially when it's science fiction. That's what a lot of writers don't realize. The more wacky your genre, the more you do need to ground it in some reality to make it plausible. But that would be Star Trek. This is a science fiction comedy, so room for discussion.
Well, and your mileage may vary. I just want to say that gummy bears dancing here and there and everywhere, high adventure that's beyond compare.
And I I believe that you can have fun while doing mathematics also, and you can also be calm. I don't see why
Calmer than you are.
the abacus
Calmer.
that needs to be disparaged. Anyway,
Yeah, no, Scotty's got a little abacus disparaging angle that he's always going on about. You just let him do it and then move on.
I like my fiction to be amorphous, like a coloring book.
You do, you sure do.
I don't like coloring within the lines. Let's have some ice cream.
oh, yeah, that's my daughter would agree.
All right, when you come back, I'm having a cigarette break.
Herc 130 says, I just took a 42-minute nap. That's why I'm late.
Perfect.
42 is the answer. 6
Well-
times 9.
Right. And base 13 is 42.
Oh. Base 13, the best
Mhm.
base.
I was
Is
saving
it
that for the end.
Is it
but
actual factual?
you
Is
brought
6
us to
by
the end.
9? Wait, Jill, no, I have a math question.
Yeah.
Well, 10 6 is a 60.
How
Minus
is 6
6.
by 9? How is 6 by 9 42?
And base 13.
And base 13. Instead of
Not
base
base
10.
10, obviously.
Pretend you have 13 fingers and then you base your mathematics system on it instead of base 10.
Base 10 is primitive. With our fingers, we should be using base 12 so we could count on our phalanxes. Come on, that's basic maths, Scotty.
Well, I've never been good at figures.
Base 10 is primitive. It doesn't allow quarters. Jill will tell you, base 12 is much. That's the whole problem with humanity. We went with the wrong base, and metric system just made it worse.
You know
Those
what?
damn French.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna go
America,
have a
you did the
bath.
right thing not going metric. You stay
I'm just gonna
imperial.
I'm gonna be launched into the sun.
Well, we're going to do that.
Project
We're going to do
Icarus.
that in just a little bit. Frankel Walker says, yes,
Scotterus.
it might also turn you into a moron.
Turn
Oh,
me
wait.
into.
Oh, wait a minute. Edge of Time says, will Twitter make me an attention whore? And
Yes.
Frankel Walker says, yes. It might also turn you into a moron. So now that
That's
makes
like
sense.
that power corrupts. No, I think it just it attracts attention whores, like YouTube. We all are.
Who have I? I don't think I've. Yeah, no,
This is kind of
Twitter has made me paranoid, not into a moron. But I still go check out people but I haven't blocked anybody, I don't think.
I mute if I have to, but I don't block either.
Yeah, I've muted 2 people.
And-
One of them is Captain Finity, and the other is Admiral Teague. And then the other person, the only other interaction when it comes to Twitter, Pop Culture Curator has blocked me on Twitter. But I would highly recommend, if you do have the opportunity, please.
Is it your
go
first
check-
block? First time?
No,
Oh.
you blocked me way long ago. But
I've
if you
been
do
blocked
have
by-
an
I got-
opportunity
I
to go
got blocked
and
by Cardinal Sin before blocking even got invented.
yeah, I know. I don't understand why they it's weird that I get to hang out with you and no one's blocked me except for based on my own merits. No one blocked me because I have association with you. And for that,
This
internet,
time.
I thank
That's
you.
because I'm about to become a famous author.
Well, good luck with that, my friend.
Thank
But
you.
no,
won't
I
need
would
it.
just say, well, okay, I got no power here. I just want to say, if you do have the opportunity to go and support Pop Culture Curator, he is going through a time. He does deserve your appreciation. And if you can, on the way, buy R.M. Briggs' book.
Yeah, definitely buy Aaron Briggs' book. I love it. If you need some science fiction for the modern era, she's done it. She does. I
She's
think
a
it would
published
be
science fiction
timeless
author.
too, because it explores what it would be like if, if we're not alone, and also lots of other different science fiction concepts.
Like, just seek out the people that you like. I would recommend. Anyway, Disaster Area. Is this the band?
Yeah, this is the band that flies into the sun, like you're mentioning. That's
This
where we
is
wanted to
probably
go.
your favorite band, Jill.
Yeah, because the band, I don't actually have to see them or smell them. They're far away in their spaceship and they send their sound waves to this building. And I am in a bunker. And apparently that's the best way to get the best sound.
Delicious.
And sorry, 6 impossible things. Oh, what else is there here?
The rest of the show?
No, I'm looking at the book that has a bunch of production stuff here.
Are you reading extemporaneously, Jill?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, I've never read this before.
This is your first time seeing it.
Well, this is my first time seeing the book. And so this dish of the day sequence in which the characters converse with a cow-like animal. Oh, I thought it was a pig-like animal.
Hey, look, it's James Corden.
See, even if it doesn't make sense how we got to this restaurant, the things within this episode are really interesting. The idea of creating an animal who wants to be eaten is weird.
Hang on, it can't be James Corden. I'm finding it amusing.
On behalf of modern punditry, I disagree with you, because if this were presented today and it's like, it doesn't matter how we got here, it's that we're having fun, I would say that every internet
I didn't
pundit
say it
would
didn't
be like,
matter.
How did we get here? And the answer is we don't know.
I didn't say it didn't matter. I said despite the fact that is what I mean is
despite the fact it doesn't matter.
No, despite the fact that we don't know exactly what events led to the
Welcome to
teleportation.
Disingenuous Counter Arguments with Scotty R37.
I am disingenuous.
I enjoy this particular idea. I couldn't, but I'm like Arthur Dent. I couldn't eat an animal that's talking to me like this, but it wants me to eat it.
He is genetically designed to enjoy being slaughtered and eaten. He says as much.
Oh, but there was a lost scene in this Millway sequence.
Oh no.
And it was a version of the bodyguard's monologue, shot full length to show that former champion bodybuilder Prose was genuinely
Darth Vader
was holding David Dixon as Ford prefect, unsupported, at arm's length throughout. For some bizarre reason, a close-up with Dixon standing on a box was used instead. The original footage has been lost, and even the photograph of it that existed are gone. Lost with the collection of slides stolen from Prowse in the 1990s. Someone
Sorry,
stole this.
Did you say the bodyguard?
Yeah.
And I will always love you. Ooh, and I. How do you say that like David Prowse? And I'd always.
Darth Vader. Tear the ship apart. I want those plans.
That's it. That's what I wanted. Sorry about the singing.
No, that's okay. Douglas
You know what?
Adams.
Outside, I'm the only one who will apologize for the bad singing.
Well, you're the only one doing the bad singing.
Okay, fair enough. Good answer.
Douglas Adams was well known, or rather became well known, as a fan of 60s and 70s rock music, and the whole concept of Millways was inspired by the 1973 Procol Harum song Grand Hotel, Hot Black Deseado.
Like, this becomes a mess.
Yeah,
These
no, well,
entire-
the band Disaster Area allows Adams to have an enormous fun spoofing rock star ideas and lifestyles.
But it's complete. It's a complete.
Oh man,
left
I'll be
turn.
right back.
Take your time.
I can't. I wish I didn't have to, but I will be
Well,
right back.
you know what? She's fine. My stars. So
you do or you don't care that the plot's gone a bit wibbly wobbly at this point?
I do care. I do care, because this is the part where I start like wondering what the through line. What are we talking about? What is the commentary that we're doing? Because this has been brilliant.
I guess the
so
commentary
far.
is the editor took a week off and went on holiday.
But isn't there, like, I'd have to go back to the original radio play to find out was there an arc, or was it just shenanigans?
They're on the right planet.
I suppose they
sense.
are on the right planet.
Yeah, so it's the right place, but the wrong time. So it's not like they're in a random place when they're in a random restaurant. They're in the wrong place on the right planet in the wrong century, I think.
Luckily, they have a robot.
Yeah.
But it's insane.
I guess the answer's in the...
Yeah. There's no ending to this. And we are now in the fourth episode. Fourth or fifth? Fourth. Fifth?
Fourth.
And like the last 3 episodes of this, they do nothing. It is just a pinball machine. By the end of this episode, we lose Zaphod and Trillian, and then we don't know. We're on another ship about another planet, and like there's no like story. It's just an exploration of ideas, which I enjoy, but the story is not there.
Mm-hmm. See, it is important. Got to keep that story going. Got to keep characters moving.
Like, why am I sticking around till the end?
Exactly.
The story. Wait a minute. What do you mean there's no story? The story is that Marvin's been abandoned for millions of years, and so they have to reunite with Marvin. And
yes,
and then they steal a ship because they steal ships apparently, and because that's what Zaphod likes to do.
Oh my God, the Guardians of the Galaxy ripped off the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
And they end up on and even though the mice said they weren't going to make a new Earth, they do end up making a new Earth anyway, and so that's where they end up at the end. I don't know where there's no story. That's the story. And we get the answer. We get the question too. The whole thing ends with the question that
I think
to the life of the universe and everything being 6 times 9, and the answer being 42, meaning that there's something wrong with the universe, and that's
the computer.
That's the whole conclusion of the whole.
Oh no, I disagree with that. Because I think that deep thought being commissioned to make a better computer, or at least that's what we find out they have to do. Deep thought makes the computer, and then life kind is intended to figure out the question. And when that computer is decided to make the question, it gets the question wrong.
Yeah, and that's what Earth is supposed to figure out.
Yeah, but it's wrong. Welcome to Earth, said
Well,
Slappy.
something is very wrong, and that's the end of the series. And so it's a beautiful conclusion that it's,
But we still
funny.
have Christmas in heaven. Like, this is great.
Well, yeah, anyway, so Douglas Adams' band Disaster Area, it allowed him to have fun spoofing rock star ideas, and ending with Crashing Into the Sun is an allusion to the overtop performances of Pink Floyd, especially their 1968 song Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun.
I don't like Pink Floyd.
I do.
Oh.
I like their first album, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That's the hipster favourite.
Mm.
Adams, despite being an impoverished graduate, had certainly seen the Floyd play at Newborth in the 70s when he was there helping Graham Chapman perform comedy sketches.
I love Graham Chapman. He is a comedic genius, or was, before AIDS.
Then it makes sense that Adams would hang around with him.
Was it AIDS or cancer?
I thought it was alcoholism.
Oh,
It was the 80s.
It was the 80s. Well, I don't know. I thought Graham Chapman was a homosexual man, I thought. And yeah, no, he was certainly an alcoholic. Absolutely. But I do understand that he sort of pulled out of that and recovered later in his life. So I'm not sure what he died of. I just understand that I am upset that Graham Chapman is dead, although he has no feelings about it.
I think his Northern Playwright Father skit that I just saw the other day is fantastic. I caught on to it about 40 years later than everyone else. Next we'll be chucking out a couple of novels.
To get to Millways, you have to do 6 impossible things in the morning. Oh, okay. So
A bit like Alice in Wonderland.
They obviously did 5 impossible things to get there. 6 impossible things. Oh, okay. Thank you, Franco. It was a reasoning for getting there. Thank you. It just wasn't described in the TV show. Yes?
Is it okay if I take an early smoke break? I was going to go and huff some perfectly legal products.
Well, that sounds like it's required. Please go.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, I will. I will. I'll be back in a minute.
Enjoy.
And the scenes in the Millway car park are utterly arbitrary. There's no reason for the team, especially Zaphod, to leave early, missing both the end of the universe, and dessert. I was wondering why they didn't stay for the show. I wanted to see the end of the universe. In order to rush
They didn't have the
downstairs.
budget for the end of the universe.
Yeah, I guess not. But that's the whole reason they were. I don't know. I guess that's the whole reason to go to Millways.
Did they see it in the book?
That's a good question. I'll get back to you when I finally read it. I'm going to
And the radio
start.
play.
I think I'm going to start reading this to my son. He's 10 years old, so he can read by himself, but he still likes me to read to him sometimes. And so,
brilliant!
This would be good. I think this would be fun.
Yeah, I reckon.
And so they all leave the big event just to go see Marvin, whom they don't really show any concern for or any affection at any other time. But this time they're like, yeah, we miss you and we totally love seeing you. And in the radio serial, The Black Spaceship, which they still is oh my goodness, I cannot say this. Haguninon war vessel.
I'm not going anywhere near that one.
And this version has occasionally been performed on stage with the alien pilot, depicted using a specially commissioned inflatable monster. But the TV serial has the better known version, which is a spaceship as a huge prop for the disaster area. stage show, Bound for the Sun, and our heroes are once again facing certain death. As Douglas Adams likes to frequently point out, and Franco Walker says, Arthur and Ford end up on our Earth with the cavemen and the Goga Free.
Freeans, yeah, those dudes. So that means the original Earth he was on wasn't our Earth, because this is a different Earth, right? This is the new computer, and that's our Earth. So our
That's
Earth
what I thought.
is the new Earth.
Yeah, we're on the new Earth now, I guess.
Okay.
Franco Walker seems to know quite a bit. I can't wait to read more of what he has to say.
Oh, wow.
Graham Chapman died of tonsil cancer, which spread to his spine. Oh. Thank you, Franco. Didn't know that. They did mention it in the TV show, but Scotty shot past the slides while you were away, Jill. Oh, that you have to do 6 impossible things to get there? Yeah, of course he did. Wait, was he here when I read the comment? Oh, I don't know.
No. But I've been up all night, so who knows?
Oh, man, you didn't take a nap?
Nah, I've been up. I've beaten the night.
Oh, well, might as well stay up for the rest of the day and sleep tonight.
Exactly. Or have a quick nun nap later when no one's looking.
That too. Oh, say, the prophet Zerquan finally showed up.
Douglas Adams really did delight in writing some very difficult to pronounce names, didn't he?
He did. Wow. The contents for this is the garden. This is the guide.
Places to visit, places to avoid.
Massage parlors.
Well, quite expensive.
Why are there's so many chapters on aphrodisiacs?
Well, you've got to be sure.
Incredible.
What about the amendments? 4.2 million.
That's funny. All right, I like this. The
Starbix. And yeah, I dare say all of those would have been all drawn by hand.
Yeah, they are. None of this is actual computer graphics.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It is. They use a little black card to uncover and cover things to make it look like a computer.
These days, you do it all in Illustrator in a minute. About 5 minutes.
The Flangian Pobble bead is only exchangeable for other Flangian Pobble beads. But the triagonic pew doesn't really count as money. But
because it's too. Yeah, how big is it?
It's too big. It's 6,800 miles across.
You're not going to get that in your purse, are you?
No. Why? What? And
quick before Scotty comes back.
Yeah, we'll get past the fallopian tubes and the ovaries.
I was going to say the fallopian tubes. Great. Focus on the Babel Fish, quick. The Babel Fish, sorry, the Babel Fish.
Yeah, I know. We got past the the diagram. Anatomy lesson skipped.
Sex nun sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. What's going on here?
Well, in fact, there's an awful lot of this, largely because of the total lack of money, trade, banks, or anything else that might keep all the non-existent people of the universe occupied. Oh, yeah, because that reminds me. They do say, where is it?
There are no people.
Yeah, that there's a population of 0 because if you average out how big the universe is.
N over infinity equals
Infinity.
0.0 to the. Oh, I would like to read this equation if you wouldn't
Okay.
be so trigger happy. Very roughly. Oh, you know what? I'm going to be Canadian. I think the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is going to be Canadian in this instance. 1.0 forever says very roughly, more or less, not very accurate, in fact, but more accurate than section 17, which is completely wrong. Has a population of 0, then the entire population of the universe must also be 0. And any people you may meet from time to time are merely the products of a deranged imagination. I have one of those. Monetary units, none. In fact, there are 3 freely convertible currencies, not concurrencies, currencies in the galaxy, but the Altarian dollar has recently collapsed. Thanks, Iraq. I promised to. What?
Oh, you want? Oh.
No, I don't want to go through the whole thing. This is very fascinating because this is like, money does not exist. Money is stupid.
Well, money is a human
weird.
Construct.
Well, but no, it's a galactic construct because there are Arcadian double dollars or whatever. This is interesting because if you extrapolate from currency and you say, okay, then it's a galactic reality. Everyone needs a barter system. Money is fake, but everyone needs a barter system. Give me this and I'll give you that, and we don't have to fight. That is money. You made oranges?
That's why the graphics are my favorite part of this whole series. Anytime you go into the guide, I'm happy.
I want you. You know what? I can pretty much just end that sentence right there.
Largely because of the total lack of money, trade, or anything else. Oh, right. And I'm actually reading this
the
for
first
the first
time.
time.
Is this the first time that you're reading this?
Well, because I was watching it and it was going by very fast, but now I'm actually reading it. Meet the Lazar.
I read Plomeek for the articles.
Well, no, but this is so weird. So Jill and I are friends.
Yeah.
And I got the opportunity to watch this 6-part BBC miniseries because of Jill's good graces. She allowed me to. But there is one thing that Jill requires when she's watching something, and that is subtitles. She likes the subtitles. So it was a very strange situation watching this particular television drama or comedy. And because I couldn't see the graphics because the closed captions were on. Now I could have turned them off, but I knew
I turned them off and on as needed.
I know my setup is so different from yours. So don't you go getting to me about clicking off and on.
Sounds like George Lucas in Star Wars. How come Greedo gets subtitles and Chewie doesn't, eh?
We watched these separately. You could have turned off the subtitles.
I know.
I put them on for me.
I know, but I kept them on because I was interested. I wanted to know the specificity of the dialogue. You said that you were a big fan of how this adaptation kept so much of the dialogue. And I was glad to watch it with, it was fun to read it. It was fun to read it, hear it. Douglas Adams, I think, is a great writer, and I think that his turn of phrase makes me happy. And so when when I saw that the closed captions were on, I was like, you know what? Maybe with purpose, I should keep this on. I should look. And so I did. I watched an English language movie with closed captioning because I wanted to know more about it than just hearing it like a bass solo. You know what? My analogies don't mean no one to never mind because
we're randomly transporting to Earth. Whee!
put in
Your
your
analogies
Babel
are like
Fish or
soft
your
cheese,
Babel Fish.
That.
Hey, Captain,
Yo,
do you have a towel?
a furry one. Yeah, why? Do you want to
Nice.
borrow it?
No, I just want to know, what kind of towel do you prefer? Do you prefer like do you like a fuzzy
like the
towel, like,
blue.
or like a long towel? Is this a beach towel? What kind of towel would you take?
I like a range of towels. Depends.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
can
mean,
only
even a
have
beach.
one.
Mid-size, as long as it's blue.
Really, blue is your favorite color of towel?
It's a good bathroom color. It just works.
All right. Yeah, but all right.
It needs to be absorbent and not too soft.
Right. You got to be able to wring it out.
And flick
So,
people with it.
okay,
Jill,
so
what's your
they
favorite
randomly
color of
teleport
towel?
to.
No, Jill,
I
we
don't
can't
give a
move on
shit.
until you don't like colors.
No, I don't care about what color my towel is.
Well, then you have no sense of aesthetics, and I don't want to hitchhike with you.
Great.
Well, but what color?
It's functional.
Say a
Green.
color,
Scott,
and I will.
Scotty, you never
Green,
asked me
great.
who I'd take into space.
Oh yeah.
I know two people that you've taken into space.
Okay, then.
Well, who did you take into space? If I'm being presumptuous, I apologize.
No, you're right. The guess is correct. Both of them.
Oh, great. I love it when I win. Anyway, disaster area.
Yeah, they transport to a ship, the Golga frickin' B Arc vessel.
Yes. I do like the fact that their ship has, like, it's textureless, so it doesn't feel like you're holding anything. Like, you can't feel it. You know where it is, but you can't feel it with your fingertips. I liked that idea. And I also love that image. In fact, I do. Jill, if you can
Wait,
go
which
back
one?
two. Go back two. Two
this
more.
one?
No, the towers of speakers.
This one.
Well, no, that's Marvin.
No, it's not.
That one.
Oh, you're lagging
Yes.
a bit.
Well, shut up. I am currently retarded. But that by definition is what I am. If I am behind in time and there is a lag, I am in internet protocol. I am retarded.
Protocol
It's
droid,
not
more like.
like I'm not saying anything about the disadvantaged. I'm not saying anything about the handicapable. I'm just saying, like, it is an accurate definition. I didn't do anything wrong.
But that's one of the things that Ford couldn't figure out is why humans always want to say the obvious. Like, it's a nice day. You're very tall. So this is it. We're going to die.
Oh, I do. Oh, man, I do love these animations.
And
And
they
I
work
love
very
this
hard on
story.
them.
Oh, my. Do you have the whole story of these guys? The Bell
I think so.
Bronze? Can I read it?
Yeah.
They look like Tharg from 2000 AD.
Captain, do you want to do it? You have an option.
No, please,
want
you
to do
go
it?
ahead.
Okay, cool.
No, you want to do it.
How do you pronounce it? The Cerebons. The Bell Cerebons. The Bell Cerebons used to cause great resentment and insecurity. By being one of the most enlightened, accomplished, and above all, quiet civilizations in the galaxy. As a punishment for this behavior, Belgium, what? On them that most cruel of all social diseases. Oh, this was the curse on the Bell Celebrons. They got telepathy. Now, in order to prevent themselves from broadcasting every slightest thought that crosses their minds to anyone within a 5-mile, that's got to be like 8 kilometers radius, they have to talk loudly and continuously about the weather, their little aches and pains, the match this afternoon, whether or not Kathleen Kennedy is running Lucasfilm.
Oh,
come on, that's funny and apropos. Gibber, 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 jabber, jimmer, jammer, jammer, jamma, bama, slamma. And what a noisy place Carcafoon has suddenly become. And
You can get absolutely everything, but another way that they block their minds is to play host to a disaster area concert.
I love disaster area. It's very loud. You know what? If you're ever in Canada and you want to hear the loudest band of all time, the name of the band is Big Sugar. Like, that was a band where they told you to stuff toilet paper in your ears if you wanted to go see them live. It was too loud. Hey, Marvin's back, and he's got really bushy eyebrows.
And yeah, he's about to sacrifice himself to save everybody else.
You know what? I can't wait until he's dead. Which is weird.
You're not sure when anybody
he's a
dies
robot.
He's never going to die. No one's ever really gone.
Yeah, not in this series. Who knows what actually happened to Marvin?
So anyway, yeah, no, but even in the movie, Marvin gets shot in the head.
But of course, this is the ship full of all of the unwanted people of this planet.
Middle
Marketing people
management.
and hairdressers.
Bureaucrats. But this is, again, this is
YouTubers.
social commentary. YouTubers. Whatever your unqualified, authoritative blowhards, this is a representation of that. The book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, explains that a planet actively got rid of everyone who was trying to tell you how important everything was. They decided to throw them out into the ether and just get them off the planet. So all the thinkers and the doers, they got together, but then they get killed by a malignant disease.
A disease caused by a dirty telephone. Because
they didn't have any people to clean the telephones.
Yeah, because they send them all away.
Exactly. See, and that's the thing. If you get rid of mosquitoes, how will you still have bats?
Bats eat other insects and fruit.
But if you got rid of bats, who would eat the insects and the fruit? It's all a delicate balance.
Not the insects, just the fruit.
Or the bats. Who would become Bruce Wayne? It doesn't matter. It's all interconnected. This is like, I would say The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is as close to a brilliant satire of the Bible that any Bible, I don't care if it's Torah, I don't care if it's any other holy,
or all of or any of the pretend religions that Douglas Adams comes up with for this book.
Well, and also let's not forget, you can be a Scientologist if you choose,
especially if your name's Tom Cruise.
You know what? I'm not even going to sing a song, but I would like you to know that I'm like doing a dance. I'm like, if only I was Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise crazy. Just be glad it's him, not you. If you were Tom Cruise crazy. That's from Jonathan Colton. Jonathan Colton made that song. Anyway, we meet this American marketer on ancient Earth because there's been a ridiculous time paradox. They take, like, Arthur and Ford, they do 1 year later, and I guess they did an ocean voyage. That's why they have beards,
Yeah,
which
that was
doesn't
just
really
on.
make any sense.
Yeah, a year
And
and
I'm sorry, Captain, what happens?
yeah, no, just supporting what you said. It was just on screen a year and a bit later.
Mm-hmm.
A bit.
And what
That's very
happens after
important.
Well,
that?
yeah, we've got the management consultants, marketing executives, and bureaucrats, middle managers.
Boo.
They're all
And
here.
nothing happens. But from this point forward, nothing happens. And also, we've lost
Well,
Trillian and
the captain
Zaphod.
is taking a 3-year bath. Oh, right. And we don't know
I
what
am.
happened to them either. That's true.
Like, this is all falling apart right now in the narrative. Like, I don't know
There's a
where my favorite
narrative.
characters are. Yeah, but that's the thing. And if there are people who compare, and I know they do, I am one of them, I would say I like the presentation of the ideas from this, but I like the movie better. I
I
wish
like this
I had.
better.
Okay, fair enough. And absolutely. I think that there is more, like, I don't understand what's going on with the Galfriedens or whatever their names are.
They were rejected and they're just dumped on this planet.
Oh. That's so uninteresting. I don't know. They look like people. They don't do anything interesting. They just act like stupid humans.
Yeah,
And
that's the whole point.
well, I understand that they're going to eventually be the progenitors of modern humanity. I assume they're going to, fuck the cavemen.
But this is where Arthur gets back home. This is where he wanted to be the whole time. He's wanted to go. He just wants to go home, and now he's home. So I don't see what the problem. Why you think the whole thing is falling apart? Now I agree that there's some things that kind of don't make sense, like what happened to Trillian and Zaphod. I don't know, but I don't think it completely gets dismantled or anything. And the big adventure is over. Things are going back to normal, or sort of, kind of, and they're back on Earth, and it's beautiful. And
how?
Well, because they get to start over with Earth, and
They
now that
say
they have.
They say, like, Ford says very specifically, it's like, you want to do this in 2,000 years or 2 million years, your world is going to be destroyed. Like, it's fated. It is going to be.
Yeah, that means it's the same Earth. I'm so confused.
Well, they do.
Yeah.
They do say that in 2 million
Okay, so
years.
it's
Well,
the
okay,
same
wait.
Earth. So they've
Oh,
gone
it
in a
is
loop
the
then.
same one. They went
Yeah.
into a loop.
Well, if it's going to be destroyed, it must be the same one. So they've gone in a loop. Is this a time loop? Oh no.
Yeah, there was time
Yeah.
travel, Captain Infinity. They went back in time.
Why do you think you're here? Why do you think we invited you?
So it's. I thought it was
We
just a
only
mistake.
invite you to time travel shows.
And Blade Runner. I've had new insight on Blade Runner.
Well,
Anyway, not now.
not all the Blade Runners.
It's closed loop. This is where Indiana Jones. This is where Mangold got the idea. It's a closed loop. They might as well be at the siege of Syracuse. Look, there goes Archimedes with a new wristwatch.
A digital watch.
That is the worst blackface I've ever seen.
What?
You haven't seen Justin Trudeau? That's Justin Trudeau.
Oh, that's Justin Trudeau. I didn't recognize him in the blackface.
There's no blackface in this movie,
Cuba.
by the way.
No, he was obviously, he had been shot with soot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of hair cutting going on.
Look, Ford Prefect, he's Fidel Castro. They're clearly doing a Cuba Day.
Yeah.
Justin's going, Dad.
You know what? I would like to give big ups to everyone who was American, who was in this production in 1982 or 70, whatever. Like,
Yeah,
I
1981.
enjoy seeing American and Canadian actors in British productions of the late 70s and early 80s. You know,
The actress for Trillian was American.
yeah, exactly. And I enjoy that. I don't know where she's from. I didn't think she was particularly good, but I was happy she was there.
Mm.
So anyway, Scrabble. Herc 130, Flyboy. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry I missed you on the hello.
Hello,
But
Herc
I
130.
got you on the goodbye.
He's not going already. Don't leave us, Herc.
No, he's gonna leave.
So now that we're at the actual
on a
inn,
jet plane, I don't know. Oh, wait. And you know what? I do appreciate that there was a song, Jill.
Mhm.
I see seas of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, everybody, what a wonderful world. You guys were the worst at that wonderfuls. Anyway, no, it was very nice. It was very
I
nice
didn't want to sing
to
it.
hear. It was very nice to hear Louis Armstrong at the end. And I'm sorry for doing like some sort of Grover.
No, it sounded good. I liked it.
It was but it was Grover.
But hello to Herc 130. Well, guys and gal, I've got to go during one of my favorite subjects. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the best. Bye, all.
Cheers,
Good night,
Herc.
Captain.
Herc 130 says you could read your son some Vogan poetry. Oh, freddled grunt buggly, thy mictuations are to me, with big yawning, as plurdled gabble sits in midsummer morning on a lurgid bee.
Oh, Jill, this is your time to shine. Nobody knows how to pronounce Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Adams locations, or vernacular. You can fuck it up no matter what you want.
Hooray! The work that went into these graphics is awesome. I agree. Disaster Area are just 3 bands better than The Who. And
I
Franco
like The
Walker
Who.
says telephone sanitizers.
You're a tenant phone. Shut
You
up. I've been
should.
drinking.
You really should be sanitizing your cell phone because it has more. It collects more bacteria than your toilet.
The only reason I go to Kentucky Fried Chicken is just to get wet naps, like those moist towelettes. Like, I don't even like popcorn chicken, but yo, I just steal handfuls of those wet towels.
Hang on, is Franco Walker is he describing Hitchhiker's Guide or reality or both?
Hey, Faze. Join in our happiness. I'm sorry about your loss. Oh, my stars. You know what? I used to live in a place where if I made a loud sort of statement and I wanted to enunciate it into the microphone, I was like afraid that someone would like knock on my door and say, Scott, you're having too much fun. Stop it. I am currently in a place where that happiness, joy that I just said, within reason, they're going to be like, I'm glad he's having fun.
Within reason. Depends on the noises you're making.
I'm not doing anything to sperm whales.
Yeah, I hope so. Yes. I hope that's the case. But to Faye's
Because you can't get them upstairs without getting seen.
But I'm just saying, you know what? I always like right now I've transitioned to a new studio space. I'm sorry if the sound is weird, and if it's better. But I'm just saying I haven't gotten in trouble yet, and that is great.
That's great. But I'm sorry, Phase Echo. I'm really sorry for your loss. And I'm
Yes.
glad you're here with us.
Yep, Hell Phase Echo.
Yeah.
I was talking about me when I should have been
Well, no, that's
being
okay. I
sensitive.
just well, you did address him, but I wanted to address him
No. Yeah,
or
you're
her
right. I'm sorry.
myself. That's okay. It's just and Franco Walker's and Bird of Prey give their support too. And but that's what I think that's what Phase is here for, I think, is for some of that positivity. And that's what you're giving us.
Well,
Your family is happy to hear you have fun. Apparently.
Mm.
But we are at the end of the Hitchhikers, and so I was gonna just read the credits because I didn't do that for all of the other ones. So the voice of the book was Peter Jones, Arthur Dent was Simon Jones, Ford Prefect
Yay.
David Dixon,
Meh.
Trillian Sandra Dickinson,
Meh.
Zaphoid Beeble Brox by Mark Wing Davy.
Boo.
Damn. News broadcaster Rainer Borton.
I like him. He was good.
Captain by Aubrey Morris. Number 1, Matthew Sherfield. Number 2, David Neville. Number 3, Jeffrey Beavers. Marketing girl, Beth
Justin
Porter.
Bieber?
Jeffrey Beavers.
My mistake.
The hairdresser, David Rollins. Management consultant, John Glover.
Henry Rollins?
No, David Rollins.
My mistake.
Marvin David Lerner. But the voice of Marvin was Stephen Moore. Oh, so the person inside they include the person inside of Marvin. Cool. Is David
What, like
Lerner.
his partner?
No,
His
like
lover? Who was inside? Like,
No,
why are we
mean,
talking like butt stuff? Like, does Keiko peg?
No, I'm the person inside the Marvin suit.
Oh, my mistake.
Because Marvin's not a real robot.
I just
What?
found out.
He's a replicant.
No, it's an actor. Why?
What?
Oh my god, I know we have Galaxy Quest clips.
That has no time. There's no time travel in that movie.
Oh, yeah, there is.
No,
Shut your
that's
head.
Rewind
You
in the
know there
Universe.
is.
No, there isn't. Rewind in the Universe,
So
not the same
what'll
thing.
happen? That's just it. We don't know. Maybe something bad. Maybe something good.
I'm telling you.
Tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
And an unfilmed scene for episode 2, the TV series had Arthur change into a silver spacesuit for the remainder of the serial. But even Douglas Adams had to admit the dressing gown fitted the character better, symbolizing his search for comfort, normality, and tea.
Well, and later on in the series, I think Arthur Dent learns to fly in a hyper evolutionary state. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happens on the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy trilogy of 4 or 5. I don't know. But I'm just saying,
it's 4.
like, you do
Like,
you have to give the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy asks you, do you think you know rules? Because guess what? You are wrong. Anytime that you think you have established a rule in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the universe says, fuck off. That's what
In reality, the universe is kind of trying to kill you.
Well, it's not trying. It's just ambivalent. It doesn't care.
Like
Listen to
Cthulhu.
Don Draper, John Hamm alert. But I love this. I love this book. I love this story. I love this philosophy. I agree with 42 as being the answer because I don't have the question. But if the answer is 42, I'm halfway there. Sometimes I feel like I talk too much, so I don't want to talk more.
Well, it turns out that the question was 6 by 9, but that doesn't make sense with 42, and that was the whole point of
69.
it.
Nice. Hey, Captain.
Yeah.
I want a 69 sometime.
Quit
Say
asking
no.
me that.
Please say
Scotty.
no.
So there was something fundamentally wrong with the universe. That's the conclusion.
What? What was
That's
wrong?
it.
That something doesn't add
The
up.
universe is something doesn't add up.
Kind of like the zero
Humans
theorem.
look for patterns. Humans look for answers. They want categories. They want to find out what things are. And you know what? Chaos exists. Allow me to be Malcolm McDowell from Jurassic Park. Like, it's
Not
chaos.
Malcolm McLaren from North London.
That's it. I don't have anything else.
That's a good conclusion. There's something
It's
is out
not
on
really,
the equation of the
not
universe.
really.
Well, it is. I mean, there's something wrong here, isn't there? Overall, I'm not here.
But
The entire universe.
This is a series. But this is a series that shows just the absurdity of everything. Just when you think that there is a system, guess what? It can be subverted. You like don't think that there are constants. Like, why do you think that there are constants in the universe? Who made them? People? Who told you that Vulcans don't lie? Was it a Vulcan? Like,
Yes.
This is like, I think that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a very important thing because it makes you question just the gutters in a bowling alley. And it's like, really? You can't win that way? Like, who is in charge? You're just believing the things that you've been told. There's nothing that says that you can't do it differently. And that is what the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is about. It's about believing that everything you know is fucking horseshit. And anyone who tells you that it is authoritative, they are liars. Just
Who is
figure it
saying
out for
that
yourself.
anything is authoritative? Like, you're arguing with someone, but I don't know who you're arguing with or what you're arguing about.
I'm arguing with the universe. And I'm just saying, you know what? Maybe I'm going to be,
Okay.
maybe I can just.
Scotty, this universe you're arguing with, is it in the room with us now?
It's a ginger. Did I just have a psychological breakdown or something?
No, but I did want to mention that all of the
No,
production
but if I
stuff
did, I would appreciate it if you told me.
No, you're
I'll
fine.
send you a telegram. I'll DM you.
Great.
I did want to mention all the production stuff that I mentioned for this live stream come from a book I found on archive.org called British Science Fiction Television: A Hitchhiker's Guide, edited by John R. Cook and Peter Wright, and it has other sci-fi shows in it. Other stuff. Other like Red Dwarf. It talks about Red Dwarf, yes.
Oh, Hyperdrive.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. It talks about Quartermass,
Quatermass,
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
Heard of Doctor Who.
The Prisoner.
Blake 7. They better be talking about Blake 7 for a couple of chapters.
I haven't seen all of
Then The Age of Aquarius.
Place 1999.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna watch that.
Thunderbirds with Jerry Anderson.
Sapphire and Steel.
Terry Nation Survivors.
No.
The Prisoner.
Yes, The Prisoner. The War Game. The Day After and Threads.
And Threads.
Blake 7. A Very British
I've never
Future.
seen it. I've heard that it's good. I haven't seen it yet.
It's Sapphire and Steel. There it is.
Ooh.
Boom.
And then what I mostly read from, I picked up a bunch of the paragraphs from Counterpointing the Surrealism of the Underlying Metaphor in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by M.J. Simpson, but I didn't read the whole thing or anything. That would have been crazy. But I picked out some pieces. And then they also talk about Red Dwarf, of course, and The Uninvited Invasion, Earth, and The Last Train.
Hmm.
Pretty good book.
I can't read.
That's okay. We're done with the live stream, so you don't have to read anything.
Great. Super.
And oh man.
What?
Franco Walker says Arthur doesn't fly. He trips and forgets to hit the ground.
It's the unresolved questions of the universe, Scotty. Jill was hoping that you'd answer all the questions to life, the universe, and everything, but you have not. So Jill's a bit put out.
Well, not yet. I hold off till later. It's all about
you need to
anticipate.
please. Oh
Pizza?
shoot. I'm okay. It's
Hooray.
interesting that The Prisoner is included in a sci-fi compendium.
Those
It
flying
is
white
interesting.
balls. As soon as you get those flying white balls in there, boom, it's sci-fi.
I would argue that.
There are
Right,
several
good.
sci-fi episodes. There's the dream episode. There's that machine that gets into your mind. There's some sci-fi stuff for sure.
Well, you know what? When it comes to the Prisoner television show, I haven't seen it, but I like it.
Oh, it's
good.
excellent. I recommend it. I was actually on the Prisoner show on YouTube
For
a
a
while
little
back
while.
with Cardinal Sin. Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet, though, but I
I
do
quit.
like
No one
it.
knows why. See what I did? It was
I have
meta.
I've got the box set, but I haven't watched it.
I now live in the village.
But I like it.
You
So we
are number
done?
2.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we're all done. We're all done with the Hitchhikers. So the rest of this live stream is just whatever you want to share.
Well, do you want to play? Wait, do you want to play? So long and thanks for all the fish.
You can. You want me to actually play the thing and get a copyright claim?
No. Yes. No, we don't have to. It's a bad idea.
You can sing it if you like.
Well,
That won't
no,
get a
I would
copyright
say
claim.
that if you are a fan of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and you do not like So Long and Thanks for All the Fish.
Oh no,
then,
I still like it.
I think the song it's a good song. And so you
think it's adorable.
I agree. And so I just want to give it, if you take umbrance with your Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy adaptation, I encourage you to embrace the fun of each adaptation.
I'm okay with the movie. It's different, but I'm fine. Franco Walker says, I'm going to bed after this.
Well, please. I love pillows. But I would just say, if you're watching Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, please enjoy.
Yeah, what great. Scotty said.
It's not there to make you upset.
Yeah, it's a comedy. No, it's specifically there for the opposite of making you upset. It's supposed to make you laugh, and it does. It makes me giggle a lot. That's why I'm talking about it. That's why I remembered when I saw this is the 40-second live stream, and I knew what I was going to talk about, and I'm glad I did, even if there are fewer viewers than normal for it. I'm very happy I did it because it is a very important satire about human existence and how crazy the universe is. And like you also say, Scotty, it's about bureaucracy and how they're always trying to build bypasses. So deal with that.
bypasses have to be built, don't they?
Yeah. And it's just it makes fun of humans, and that's one of my favorite things. That's why I like you.
I do enjoy making fun of humans.
They
Mhm.
deserve it.
And the nature of reality. And why we exist, the meaning of life. Come on. That's all it is.
The universe and everything. Well, 42.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah, as long
do
as you
really
keep an
enjoy
open mind, you'll have a good time.
Well, and also I enjoy that there's an idea in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that anybody who, when they want to find the specific reason for something, they are confronted with, how do you figure that you will be able to understand this? Like, they want to find the answer to the life, the universe, and everything. And then they
Yes.
get a computer that says, well, what does that even mean? And so whenever any character...
Right, but they give him the answer first.
And it's like, okay, that's super Fabu. The answer is more confounding than the questions.
Franco Walker says, take care, everyone, and much love to you all.
Much love to you, Franco. Thank you.
Cheers, Franco.
The AI show says Prisoner isn't pure sci-fi, more a spy type show. So spy-fi, sure, I'll go with that.
Spy-fi, a new genre.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Captain, can I just ask you a quick question?
Yes.
I'm gonna be starting a Tinder account, and I was wondering if you could edit
another one,
my profile picture. If you could do that, that'd be great.
Are you still using the sperm whale?
Well, I wanted you to color. Yeah, of course.
You want a bowl of petunias, don't you?
I do. I need a bowl of petunias. Anyway,
the odds of that are very small, but it might happen. There's a non-0% chance.
Not again.
Oh no, not again.
I'm just gonna end up accidentally breaking the bowl of petunias. The AI show says, yes, Hitchhiker is comedic sci-fi and eccentric and off-center at its core. Yes.
Oh,
and Franco says,
eccentric, not concentric.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Franco Walker also says The Prisoner is a sort of follow from the secret agent series Danger Man.
True story.
See, and Danger Man inspired Danger Mouse, which means we need Prisoner Mouse. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen one episode of Danger Man, Secret Agent Man in North America, and I've seen 2 episodes of The Prisoner, so I'm more of a Prisoner fan than I am a Secret Agent Man fan.
Yeah, and you have the box set.
What'd you call me?
Danger Mouse.
Oh, I love Danger Mouse. Yeah, I have a box set for that for sure.
Boom.
Franco Walker says, I'm a huge Hitchhikers fan. I read the books 3 times, watched the TV show about 8 times, listened to the radio show about 10 times, and if you think I had a great stream, then that means so much to me, since you're such a big fan. Thank you, Franco.
Yay.
Because I definitely put some effort into it.
Absolutely.
More than I usually do. Yeah, more effort than I usually do for a Friday show.
Well, when you put effort into a Friday show, it's not usually the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So
and
this
by
was a
effort,
special
I
occasion.
mean, and by effort, I mean not really, but I put effort in terms of accidentally finding an amazing book to read.
Oh.
That had the production stuff that I needed to make this show interesting. I hope it was.
I heard I got the opportunity.
The AI show says that Danger Man story doesn't. The Prisoner is a totally original show that bears no relation to that show.
Oh,
that probably is George Mark Stein's crazy pissed off rationalization to McGowan.
I mean,
I
I've
don't
heard,
know,
I've heard the
man.
theory. Maybe it's one of those. It's headcanon, but it's creator headcanon. You know, like
Mm.
Tarantino's shared universe. It's not really
Yeah.
there, but
The only person you can actually ask is Patrick McGowan, and he's not talking to anybody right now.
That's.
But yeah, I think
Does
it's
anybody?
fair to say it's not the official. But yeah, there's.
I honestly think that the prisoner
Head
was
canon,
away.
maybe?
No, business canon, Gene Roddenberry canon. I think that Secret Agent Man was stopped because they wanted to own Secret Agent Man. And Patrick McGowan said, how about I make my own thing that I own and I'll make all the money from it, broadcaster, because you are nothing than more than a lifeless succubus that will take away all of my creativity. And so Patrick McGowan moved on, making a spiritual sequel from Secret Agent Man to The Prisoner. And it was a brilliant, not only entertainment move, but also a business move. So that is
Shades
my
of George
diatribe.
Lucas.
That was
Or
surprisingly.
anticipating George.
That was surprisingly good.
It's surprisingly illuminating, Scotty. I was happy to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, what you're reading that from?
Jill never likes the sound of my voice.
Well, it depends on whether the sentence is going to end in sperm whale.
Well, come on, shut up. You know I love talking about sperm whales.
So does anybody know this song?
Danger Mouse, Secret Agents, danger. I don't know the lyrics. Danger Mouse. A little bit.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Come on, Penfold.
It was really bad.
It was perfect. Franco Walker says, thank you, Jill, Scotty, and Captain.
Oh, bless you, Franco.
Are we getting out of here?
We're not without that.
Yeah, we're getting out of here for sure.
I smell burnt toast, which means my tea is ready, or I'm having
your tea is ready.
Yeah.
So English.
This is around the
Dalek.
Dalek had tea hours ago.
Yeah, well, my tea is now, Jill.
I should have invited Dalek. What was I thinking? Damn it.
No.
Why didn't I?
Because he was having tea.
Oh, damn it.
Maybe he was right.
I should have invited him.
I was going to invite Tony from the Phantasmagoria.
Yeah, you should have.
I should have. I didn't, though.
There's a Tony at the
go yet? Oh, yeah. I want to go. I got dinner. I got tea.
I know. I will. There is an end to this live stream, and it is coming up shortly.
Is there an end?
Oh,
I can't
but
wait.
There's something I have to play for the first time.
Universe?
Okay,
yes.
So I made this video a while back, but I wanted you to be here for it in order to play it.
The Scotty at the end of the live stream.
Yeah.
I like this video. You've shown it to me before, but I really
you've seen it.
Yeah.
But before I play that video, I'm going to play the preview to the Tuesday show. So on Tuesday, I missed 2 weeks. I'm sorry about that. First, everything went crazy.
So are you pregnant?
No. The first time I missed. Okay, so on the first Tuesday that I missed Tribbles was because Scotty's basement flooded. I got sick, and Pop Culture was both sick and also had to move. And so everything didn't work that week. And the week after that, I didn't have my Tribble show because it was July 4th and I did family things. I forgot, I have a family. So that and they're very important to me. So I had to skip Tribbles that Tuesday. But this Tuesday, we'll finally have Tribbles. And we'll finally have Trouble with Tribbles. And we'll have, hopefully we'll have Tony on and Scotty R37 and Pop Culture Curator should be joining. Hopefully he's all settled in Arizona. And hopefully right now, this second, he's traveling from California to Arizona. Wow. I don't see a live stream feed of Pop Culture traveling. That would be really cool if we had that. Oh,
you figure he could have got a GoPro
Yeah. Bird of Prey 5 says, okay, do the stream again. Okay,
Mm.
well, okay, so let me start all over. No, Bird of Prey 5. You're funny. Oh, right. Do the stream over so I can invite Dalek. I can invite Tony from Phantasmagorium, and then I
It's
could
not
beg
too late.
Mr. Brown
Invite Dalek
Alliance.
now, quick.
No matter the Doctor Who production value, it is not Doctor Who. We do not have. Oh my God, we do have time travel. I don't know.
Yeah, we do have time travel.
We can do
and
anything we want.
the AI show says Magoon stated that the prisoner was fundamentally an allegory. He turned down being James Bond and was offered an opportunity from Lou Grade. Patrick didn't try to impose definitions or interpretations. Basement flooded equals Jill's water broke. Oh my good. That was the funniest thing when my water broke because it happened outside when it was raining. So nobody
How much
believed me.
water? Like when your water breaks, how much water?
I don't know. It's just quite a bit.
Well,
Like
you were in
all
the
of it.
rain, so you didn't know.
No, I couldn't tell. It was raining.
Yeah.
And the AI
I'm imagining like when when you go to SeaWorld and one of the captured ocean mammals, they splash you. I'm assuming it's something like that.
Yeah.
When your
Yeah,
water
you don't want to be in the splash zone.
Well, yeah. If orca, maybe. Water breaking from vaginal expulsion. No.
We God, shut up. The AI show said,
That's what it is.
Yes,
That's scientific.
Well, true, but I mean, it's uterus. It's my uterus. But
I don't know what the technical term is for water
stop
breaking.
talking about my anatomy.
It's
I
not
think that
yours. It's natural womanhood. When a woman is about to give birth, her water breaks, and I don't know what that.
Have you ever been in
term
a delivery room for a long time, Scotford?
Only for when the water breaks.
Not for the whole thing.
No, I just show up and I'm like, "Is your water breaking?"
You will
and they
do.
kapow!
You
It's
will
it's
do.
like a water balloon. It's just like they just sprout.
the AI show says, I think if Arthur Dent wound up in the village, he probably would be amenable and not leave. If number 6 were in Hitchhiker's universe, he would be fighting and insulting everyone.
I think that both characters would do better in their opposite. I think that Arthur Dent would enjoy being on the island.
He would.
He would try and exactly be happy there. He wants to be in the village.
Yeah.
He wants to play Scrabble and chess.
Exactly. And I think that number 6 would end up ruling the galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You are number 42.
If Zaphod is president, then yeah, I agree with you.
I think he'd be friends with Zaphod.
I'm number 1 and number 2. Hey.
He'd be your Wade. He'd be your Felix Leiter. He's a good guy.
I want to say hello to Disney Sheepherder. I'm at the end of the live stream, but I'm so happy you're here.
Yeah, I thought we were leaving. Hey,
yo, Star Trekking Queen.
Dig on Star Trek and Queen.
Bird of Prey 5 says, some guys like that sort of thing. I've heard it anyway, not me personally.
What kind of thing?
I do.
What I miss?
I don't know. I'm just going to accept it. I'm open to all. Do you want to dance? Do you want to hold my hand?
Edge of Time says, does that mean my tea is done? Just kidding. I don't mess with soggy leaves.
I do. I rub my soggy leaves on my gums.
Reba Bell says number 54.
Yes. Club.
54.
I can never get you during the day, says Disney Sheepherder. Well, I know, but I'll see you around. I'll be around. I'll be around on the internets today. We'll see what happens.
Well,
you never know.
We got a trouble with Tribbles happening on there.
Yeah, so let's get to that. Let's play the Trouble with Tribbles.
Is this the
trailer
outro now?
Yeah, this is
everyone you meet. Oh, no,
do you have? Yeah, but do you?
Yeah, so everyone you meet has a story to tell.
That you have yet to hear is stick your fingers in your ears. Go la 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 la.
Yeah, la 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 la.
La, la, la.
Have a happy Friday, everybody.
Yeah. Oh,
Go.
and subscribe to the captain. Come on, I've got to catch back up with Jill now.
Yeah, catch
Captain
back
Yeah,
up with
Phantasmagoria.
me. That's
So,
it'll be more fun if you catch up with me, because then I'll catch up to you again.
Yeah, that exactly like Speed Racer.
I am
But with
not a
better
number.
graphics.
I'm a human being.
I'm a
Human.
free man.
I'm a free man.
I'm a
That's how it
mouse.
is.
I'm a bowl of petunias. I'll be not stamped, filed, indexed, cross-referenced, put in a little Scotty's cupboard there. None of that.
Okay, so we'll see you guys next time. Have a happy Friday.
Have a lovely time.
Don't panic.
Captain's log, stardate 4523.3. Deep Space Station K7 signals near or total disaster. State the nature of your emergency.
It's a tribble.
This morning I found out that he had babies.
They do indeed have one redeeming characteristic.
What's that?
They do not talk too much.
This is my chicken sandwich and coffee. I want these things off the ship. I don't care if it takes every man we've got. I want them off the ship.
Jim, I think I've got it. All we have to do is stop feeding them. Once we stop feeding them, they stop breeding.
So long and thanks for all the fish. So sad that it has come to this. Just wait.
All right, move
for
along.
the
Done.
world to
Stop it.
do
Get off of the
around.
fucking things. Go
Oh.
outside. Get some food. It's like, you know, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something.
Exactly.
Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.